Oh, yeah. Day 2. Let's go. We got some good people in the house tonight. Greg Kellogg's here with us tonight. We've been missing Greg. Man, we got Dennis from DMIC Media, and Coach is back again. So I know Joe's going to be showing up later, but yeah, we got some good ones in here tonight. We got some legends here tonight.
Hey, Dennis is going to be doing his way too early first round.
Let's put us on this side.
Yeah, you can't overreact too early, isn't that right?
Well, what I say is I've spent all day watching different analysis, whether it's regular NFL analysis or fantasy analysis. And I'll give you an example. You and I talked about this a little bit earlier. The Jacksonville trade up to number 2. I think that's epitomizes why Jacksonville never wins. They gave up so much to go up and get one player. Now, is Travis Hunter all that and then some? Who knows? Until you see him against NFL talent, you don't know for sure. Okay? I think he'll be good. I like the kid. I like his attitude. I like everything I've seen about him. But the NFL is just a different beast. You have to fit into the offense. You have to have the teammates. You have to have the coaches. We just really don't know right now. And what we do know is they gave up 2 first-round picks and others to get up and get him. And they only moved up 3 spots. And to me, I think now Travis Hunter can prove me wrong. If he becomes a Hall of Famer and stays with Jacksonville for his whole career, then yeah, he was worth it. But I got to tell you, I like the approach Detroit takes. I think Brad Holmes is one of the best. And I just think until you see these guys in the preseason, you just don't know. Coach, what do you think?
Is that why you were mad at me? It was about the Tyreek Williams and the Lions.
Hey, did you see the kid, his interview?
No, I like him, but I just think like you have a Lee McNeil, you have Levi Windsor, like defensive tackle is probably the most loaded position they have. So it's interesting in that regard, if that makes sense.
Well, he is listed right now as the backup to DJ Reader on Our Lads. And I think Reader is recovering from an injury, but I'm not positive. But I think he is. Yes, they needed an edge, but what edge was available that was better? And you got to remember that Brad Holmes looks at character and work ethic more than anything. Everybody's amazed that Shedeur Sanders dropped. And I saw one anonymous coach that said this guy gave the worst interview of any player he'd ever interviewed in draft sessions. He blamed his teammates for everything that went wrong. He didn't play on time. And he had excuses for everything. I don't know if that's true.
I know, just going off that point, I know a lot of GMs that interviewed him at the combine said that it was a really weird interview. And it was like, he almost like he didn't care about certain teams when he talked to them.
And that to me, Brad Holmes would never draft a player like that. Mm-hmm. And Detroit has turned around primarily because of Brad Holmes in the draft. Mm-hmm. I mean, think about it. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a legitimate superstar. What was he, 4th round pick?
It was the 4th round pick. I had him projected as an early 2nd round pick.
But he went in the 4th, and Detroit got him. And that's, if you look at Holmes' pick, I think last year I broke down every pick he's made, and I think all but one was still with the team. Mm-hmm. It's pretty impressive 4 years later.
Mm-hmm. So I want to give you I want to give you my 2 cents real quick, and then we want to get Dennis on. But my 2 cents real quick with what I think about the pick that they made here at 2 with Hunter. You're literally getting 2 players, so you got to think. I think that's
Maybe.
that. Well, maybe, right? But
We don't know that yet. Until he shows that he can do it.
He can.
It doesn't matter. Nobody can play 100 snaps in the NFL game.
No, I agree, but we can't say now you're getting a player and a half. Then you can say that, right?
Maybe you might be getting that, but if you remember the last really good two-way player, it was Dion.
Yeah.
How many snaps did Dion actually get on offense?
He's an excellent player.
6 a game, maybe. Yeah.
I mean, Patrick Peterson a couple years back would play like 4 or 5 on offense.
Yeah, but that's my point. Is you're not going to get 20 snaps out of him on defense if he's a full-time wide receiver.
Yeah.
I don't believe.
They definitely got one or the other, right? You paid quarterback. I mean,
please don't say they definitely got one or the other. I'm not certain that Hunter is a better corner than Will Johnson.
I am.
I'm not.
I'm not
Will
sure
Johnson
that Will
better
Johnson
competition
is going to be healthy in 2025 at all.
Well, that may be the case. He's got a knee problem. I understand that.
And a shoulder.
But my point is that when they're both healthy, I'm not certain that Will Johnson is not a better corner than Hunter. That's now, in fairness, I haven't seen Hunter. I haven't broken down his tape and seen him against every receiver. His highlights look good, but so do Will Johnson's. So
I think too. Here, my point. I just want to say one thing real quick. My point was, you're saying that this is the reason why the Jags are the reason that they're last pick.
Make bad decisions.
I don't think it's a bad decision. I think this is where they're actually shaking things up. When you look at what they do in the past, is they just continue to do the same thing. They continue to do the same thing. They continue to do the same thing. But here, they literally made a move, right? They weren't at you see them at the top picks continuously. Well, they weren't, right? They were at 5. They weren't at the 1 or 2, right? So it was nice to see them a little bit further back than to make a decision like, hey, we're going to go make a game-changing move. And I think this is kind of a game-changing move for them. They got a new coach there, new GM. It's just it's a different taste, right? They tried to bring something special here. And I think this definitely helps a young, struggling quarterback that everyone thought was a prime time quarterback. And I think this is going to give him a little bit more confidence. You have Brian Thomas Jr., who is an absolute elite talent at wide receiver. That's going to help boost him. I know you're not on the Brenton Strange train, Coach, but I think that he flashed a little bit here and there. Even if they bring him
once you're done, there's a really real aspect that we have to talk about too.
I like ETN too, man. People are off on him, but I like him.
They could have traded Etienne for Goddard and then picked up Genty at number 5.
Maybe.
No, they could have. I mean, they could have got Genty at 5 because he went at 6.
But
I think they needed. They're missing a wide receiver. I mean, they could have waited another round for a receiver, but I don't know. Elite talent. I mean, you went for basically he's the best, probably the best prospect in this draft. You got him at 2. You've traded up for him, but you have to got best prospect.
Oh, there's another very, very clear aspect though too that nobody's talking about. Jacksonville, by drafting Travis Hunter, you sell tickets, you sell jerseys, you get more primetime games, and they need that because there's games that they've had in their local market that have blacked out, even with Trevor Lawrence at quarterback.
Craig, that's true if they win.
Yeah, but
that won't last if they lose.
But Shad Khan really just cares about money at the end of the day, the owner.
Yeah. Well, but that's why I say Genty. I think Genty is probably the most impactful player in this draft in year 1. It takes receivers 2 or 3 years to learn the NFL game.
I agree with that. It takes
running backs 1 year.
I agree with that. But
I want to hear what Dennis has to say too.
Travis Hunter has the more bigger name, I would say at this point in time. He's going to sell more jerseys, and he's from Florida too.
Yeah, that does help. That does help. Yeah, Dennis, pitch in. You've got your whole first round to go through for us.
Well, Travis Hunter's a fabulous player. Okay, there's no doubt about that. whether he plays cornerback or wide receiver full time, or plays what I think is he's going to play cornerback full time, and he's going to dabble on the wide receiver side of the game plan, maybe 15, 20 offensive snaps a game.
Jaden Higgins, there he goes. Houston, here you go. What do you think?
Oh, that's
nice.
That's
a receiver. I love that. Yeah, that's a great pick.
That is a great pick, and it goes well with Nico Collins. That is
CJ Stroud.
Yeah, those are two guys that are going to be very. Jaden Higgins is a guy that I've been higher on than consensus.
Back too.
So
you skipped the linebacker.
Yeah, we got a linebacker to the Browns. Everyone thought Shador would go there, but I think.
Well, no, I'll tell you, Shador may go the next pick to the Browns because the two teams picking between their two picks, neither one.
Raiders.
Tennessee doesn't need a quarterback.
Raiders could take him and make him sit. I mean,
yep.
Well, I think it would be a
the
great
Raiders
pick.
Don't pick before.
I think it's a great pick for the Raiders too, because it would be great because there's already a lot of communication with Brady and his kid. They've worked together already a little bit.
But
how about
here is the Browns have the next pick after the Seahawks.
But I don't think they're going that way. I think the fact that they traded to get an extra lottery card for next season. Figuring Jacksonville's going to be pretty bad. Why not wait a year? Okay. You kick this year. You add lots of players that can help your team long-term. You kick this year to the curb. You do whatever you need at quarterback. Now you've got another year to see if Watson is even going to be able to come back from that injury at all. Okay. And at the same time, that 2026 class of quarterbacks
is Manning eligible?
2025.
Probably the third.
Manning's eligible, right?
Probably the third best quarterback in the 26 class is going to be better than anybody other than Cam Ward that you could have gotten in this draft.
Might be better than Cam Ward.
So I think the Browns are going to pass at 36. How about this for the Raiders? They pick Shador. Okay. A blingy, exciting, flamboyant guy in Las Vegas.
Ugh.
But look at this. Look at this too. How old is their coach right now?
74.
How about Dion coming in there to take over in a couple of years and coach his kid? Talk about wanting to sell tickets. That'll sell tickets.
But do you think Dion is a viable NFL coach?
Doesn't really matter. You put two coordinators out there.
Doesn't really matter. You got Tom Brady too.
Yeah, you put two coordinators out there who know what they're doing. And then it's just the motivation factor from that point on. And, Dion's a flashy guy. Dion played quite a few years in this league. He kind of learned from doing. And
you watched him in Colorado, and he did improve their team, but did he improve it that much?
Again,
doesn't matter.
I would say yes.
If you put,
but how many guys did he have transfer in?
I understand that, but you still changed that school. You changed the aspect of what they're when. I mean, when was the last time they were? What they won a championship?
8 games, right? Didn't they win 8 games last year?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying they're excellent. They didn't become excellent, but they definitely changed the aspect of that college, of that, the style, everything. Like it's all different.
It'll be interesting to see what they do this year.
I mean, he's still got his youngest kid is still there, right? Dion's got he plays cornerback, right?
No.
What does he
Shiloh is a safety, and he's 25, and people were mad that he wasn't invited in the combine.
Oh, he's older?
No, he's 25.
He's old as hell. Shiloh. Yeah, I could see that. Safety. Sorry, not corner. I knew he played.
Oh, God. Who's the one, too? There's the game. What game was it? I was watching one of the running backs film, and he literally just broke Shiloh's ankle with the juke. It was bad. I loved it so much.
Joe,
Who did Seahawks take?
Who did Seahawks just take?
I thought you were keeping up.
They just made a trade. They just made a trade. I missed the trade.
Ooh.
Who made a trade?
Traded with Tennessee.
Seahawks traded up.
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
The Seahawks traded 2 picks to trade up.
Ooh,
I didn't see what it was, though.
Let me see here.
Yeah. Let me see if I can bring it up on my phone.
Nicky Mamori. It's Nicky Mamori, which makes sense.
Oh, hell yeah, it makes a lot of sense. That's definitely a Seahawk pick.
And Mr. Secondary Seahawks fan and primary South Carolina fan over here is pretty excited.
I might have to get his jersey. Yeah, if you see back here I mean, you can see kind of behind my cards here. That's a Seahawks blanket, and then over here, Gamecocks.
I mean, this is the type of guy that Seahawks have always taken a shot on, anyways.
Oh, for sure. They love their secondary players.
So you got
a high linebacker too, right?
What? I'm looking at NFL.com and they just have pick is in.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Twitter's fast. Twitter X, whatever you want to call it. I still call it Twitter. I don't care about Elon.
It's still. I mean, you can't send an X. You're sending a tweet regardless.
You could send an X.
Yeah, that's true.
I know what I'd like to send to my ex, but that's all another story.
Dennis. All right, Dennis. Let's start talking a little bit about what your thoughts are through first round.
Well, you can't go wrong with the Cam Ward pick with Tennessee. They had to do something. They were just atrocious on offense, and you got to take a shot. Even if you're wrong, you got to take a shot, because if they couldn't find value to trade, nobody was willing.
The Giants offered a lot.
They offered a lot, but they weren't willing to give the whole big, set of picks that Tennessee wanted. So, and they believe in Cam Ward, and I'm kind of on the fence about Ward. Fantasy football, this is going to be another guy that you're going to want to take a look. If he starts dropping in your dynasty drafts and it's a super flex, you're going to want him because he's going to be a guaranteed starter for the next 3-4 years.
Yeah.
And, in super flex, that's worth something. He offers a unique combination, but right now my window for him is sort of limited. So I don't see myself drafting him in redraft, not much in best ball. I've got his upside, and this is the way I like to talk about rookies, is if things go right, where do I expect him to be? And my MVP index that I developed, which is kind of like an upside consistency forecast, I've got him like QB 13 to 16 would be if everything went right. Now it's the Tennessee Titans, so I don't expect everything to go right. But that's where I think he could develop into. But it certainly helps boost the offense, because I think if they put JC in a quarterback versus last year, and all he did was hand the ball off, they're going to be a better offense. The Travis Hunter pick, there's no questioning the kid's talent. But for fantasy football, what I've noticed over the years is if you have an established wide receiver already, and, BTJ was my guy last year. He was the guy that ended up on so many of my fantasy teams because of opportunity. There was nobody on that roster. Gabe Davis is he going to scare you off? So I knew he was going to be, the guy.
Running back.
Yeah, I knew he was.
Yeah,
damn,
that's
over Travion, dude, that's crazy.
Well, neither one is a good scheme fit.
I want Travion to land with the Bears.
Probably will.
Well, then you should be happy that they took his teammate.
Yeah, I think it's wild that they took him over Travion.
Yeah, I
didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's going to be interesting to see if we do have a run on running back here, because what I saw at running back coming into this draft, and I'm by no means an expert on NFL talent, but when I look at these guys, that second tier behind Genty, I couldn't separate them really. It was a style difference in running back. But as far as their talent, I'm looking at like 8 to 10 guys that are probably interchangeable as far as talent. And it's just the style, what fits better with a particular team. So I expected the run to come today. And is this the start of the run at running back? That's going to be the question.
Maybe. I think there's this interesting paradigm going on right now too, is going to be whether the running back run starts early or the cornerback run starts early. Those are and I was expecting cornerback to be more second round and then running back to be more third round, especially since there's more running backs in general, so that the value of them could get pushed down.
The other guy that I'm curious about is a guy that I absolutely love. I started watching their games years ago in college. They became sort of my smaller college team. Mike Green from Marshall. He's got some off the field issues, but that kid is just different. He plays the game different, and he's so explosive that I think he's going to be a difference maker if he can keep himself out of trouble and he gets the right coaching at the next level. So many of these guys could just do it on athletic talent alone in college. Man, you got to be all in.
Marshall did produce a pretty good wide receiver once.
Yeah, they did. That's actually I had a buddy of mine that was going to Marshall. Yeah, he was going to Marshall at the time, and he told me about Randy Moss. And he says, you got to watch this kid. Well, I started watching their games. I love the style of football they played back then. So I became a kind of a closet Marshall fan over the years.
Well, Chad Pennington was decent before he hurt his shoulder about 3 different times.
Yeah.
And then he couldn't throw it further than 10 yards after that. He won comeback player of the year twice, though.
Was there a trade? Because I thought Vegas was next. There must have been a trade.
I thought so too.
There must have been a trade.
Yeah. So let's see. Miami. Let's just put it this way. Miami went defensive tackle and Kenneth Grant earlier. They could go offensive line. They could go corner, especially with all the rumors that they'll trade Jalen Ramsey in the near future.
I wanted to come to Minnesota.
Raiders trade pick 37. Dolphins trade pick 48, 98, and 135.
Oh, I like that for the Raiders.
Raiders gave 37 and 143 for 48, 98, and 135.
I think it's pretty good.
Sounds about right. This could.
Oh, the Dolphins select Jonah. Oh boy, I don't even want to.
Jonah Savaia out of Arizona, right?
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, it's that whatchamacallit, Samoan language.
Okay. Is he a biggie? Is he one of the big guys?
Yeah. So he played primarily right tackle.
Okay.
Right tackle at Arizona, and then he's a guard at the NFL level though. So they had Robert Hunt up until last year. He's probably pretty comparable to Robert Hunt, I would say. I don't think Robert Hunt was that good. He might be a little bit more laterally
paying up for.
I mean, he fits their scheme. Let's put it that way. I think maybe you're better off trading it up for Trey Amos if you're really trading Jalen Ramsey away, but that would be me. So let's see. Patriots are next then?
I think they can still get Shador at 48.
They might think that too.
I know.
Okay, but here's a really interesting dynamic that needs to be talked about. The last couple of years, NFL teams have primarily valued quarterbacks in day 1 and day 3. Not very many have gotten drafted in day 2. Will Levis was one, but last year there was not a single quarterback drafted.
Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback drafted in second round, I would say, in the last however long.
Yeah, I mean,
you got to go back to Drew Brees before that.
Yeah,
Jalen
Derek Carr. You could throw Derek Carr in there too.
Vanilla Carr.
He was good for a while. But I mean, like Teddy was okay for a little while, and then he got destroyed. And then but just like in general, the last 3 or 4 years, they really haven't valued drafting quarterbacks on day 2. Will Levis did because he fell, but mainly it's been day 1, day 3. Because it's either get the 5th-year option or get them as cheap as possible on that rookie contract.
How many rookie quarterbacks taken on day 1 have worked out?
A lot of the league.
Yeah.
Like if you look at all the starters across the league, there's more. It's probably like 20 out of 32 are first-round picks.
We're gonna have a wrestler. We're gonna have a wrestler come out and do the Bears. Seth Rollins. I don't know if you guys know who Seth Rollins is. He's a wrestler for WWE. He's gonna come out and do one of the Bears picks.
Oh, let's see.
I want to know who
football.
you had on the air last night from the draft. Was he a media guy? JC?
What do you mean?
You interviewed him on the air. He was at the draft.
That was Dustin. You know Dustin. He's at the Expo, man. Yeah, Dustin
Lucky?
Yeah, Lucky. He introduces everybody at the yeah, he was on. He just came on for a little bit.
Well, he sounded like he was in the interview room.
Yeah, he does media stuff.
Cool. I didn't realize that. I do know Dustin.
Last year too. I think he asked something about something crazy to Caleb Williams last year, and everybody.
Oh, that was at the combine.
Combine, yeah.
Yeah, and everybody wanted to throw an egg at him.
Somebody on Twitter just said the Browns are crushing this draft, but I'm not sure crushing would be the right descriptor. And wait a minute, I do like Graham. All right, Michigan guy,
you do.
Right? but he is rather small for an NFL tackle.
Depends. It depends what he actually plays at. Because like at Michigan, they list him at 320. At the combine, he was 290. Like, let's just say he plays at 305. If that's his actual playing weight, who cares?
It's still small for an interior defensive tackle.
Yeah, but I mean, he's a 3-tech, so.
He can move around on the line, though. Yeah. That's the thing that intrigues me about him.
Schlesinger, I like Schlesinger. 33, I thought was early for him. He's a 1-year starter, a former walk-on at UCLA. Freak athlete, but was only able to test a little bit. Was dealing with the hip injury. So there is some risk there, but obviously the Browns do like to take athletic linebackers. But if you play him next to Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, it could work out long-term. There is a little bit of health concerns there. And then Judkins, I'm not really a big Judkins guy because it's like he tested better than he looks on. Like, yeah, he ran a 4.43 like at the combine, but like if you watch him on film, he's not that fast. Like he doesn't have game speed, and he's not really a fast back, and he's not really a power back. Ohio State tried to make him a power back because they had Travion too, and you had to have Thunder and Lightning, but he's probably plays at like 205. And his big thing that I have a concern with is he likes to initiate contact when he doesn't need to. So it's like, hey, I could juke the guy to the left a little bit here. I'm just going to throw my shoulders right forward to him and like get a concussion. Like, why?
I was going to ask you about that, Coach, because I like Judkins, but when I've watched games of him, I see like 3 plays I love. Mm-hmm. And then I see 1 or 2 plays that I'm like, what were you thinking? What? And I wondered if it was just on the plays that they can get him open field that he contributes well. But I question whether he saw the field very well and could anticipate what was going to happen next.
I think he's got good feet. I don't think his vision is the greatest. And I think he just if he plays the way he played at Ohio State in the NFL, I have a lot of concerns. And I don't think he's a good scheme fit for the Browns, honestly.
Interesting.
Because like you're thinking more like zone run blocking, with Stefanski, like that Shanahan scheme and stuff. So you typically would be like a guy that's kind of like one cut and go. And Judkins is probably a little bit better using some of his footwork and lateral agility,
Yeah, did you see Radical Decipher?
Yeah, that's my best friend. So no, I don't know if it's Trent Richardson bad, but he's obviously got better footwork than Trent Richardson too, but it's just like he's kind of one of these guys. It's just like he's just kind of there. I'm not like too excited. Like I still have him as like running back 5 or 6, but it's just like I know why he's there, but like I'd rather take a chance on other guys later.
Hey, I'm kind of new to this comp thing, guys, but I'm gonna break one out on you from the first round and see what you think. Tyler Warren, Dallas Clark.
Yep.
Oh, it's just the uniform number. Never mind.
I mean, Clark was a little bit smaller. He was probably a little bit better athlete too. Clark actually started off his career at Iowa as a linebacker. For those that don't know that,
he was a beast of a player. I loved watching him play.
He's a really good human too. He actually went to school for like elementary education and then gave back a lot to that too as well.
Very cool.
I've been reading some things that Peyton Manning did that never got publicized.
There goes Travion to the. Oh no, there goes. Sorry.
Yes.
Ramondre. That's gonna be. Yeah,
I figured he was.
Travion. I wish Joe was here to. Yeah, that's.
Joe will be on later. You can ask him.
And this
right
was
before the Bears, too. Right before the Bears. Damn.
Hey, you got to give Derek May some weapons, right?
Drake May.
I had finally given up on Ramondre Stevenson. Now I've got reason to bury him completely.
Yeah, you definitely.
Well, let me ask you this: Amari and Hampton or Najee? Who starts?
Hampton.
Why? He can't block on third downs.
Okay, then Najee.
The running back that can't pick up the blitz doesn't get on the field.
Sweet. Najee can come on third.
Talking game 1, like I think Omarion could still start and play early down, and then Najee just play third down.
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
Do you really think Najee's a third down back?
Yeah. I mean, for pass protection and catching the ball, sure, why not?
He did catch the ball a lot as a rookie. He had like 67 receptions his rookie year.
That's when Big Ben probably ran like a 6 flat 40 time that year, if he tried.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that backfield split to the point that it takes the weekly upside off the top end of the weekly upside off of each guy. But I think Hampton will win that. Hampton will win that job though in the long run. That's for sure.
Yeah, usually rookies.
Harbaugh likes to run the ball.
Guess who I'm taking? What do you think, Coach? In a super flex league, are you taking? Would I be okay taking Travion at 3?
Who's the 1, 2?
Probably going to be Genty Hunter, I would assume.
I really want to see what they say about Hunter. I think they play him at corner.
I'd take Tet. I think Tet. I think Tet's going to be huge in that offense.
I'm going to agree.
I like Tet, but
yeah, I'm going to agree with Greg on this one. I think McMillan's going to be an absolute beast. They're going to have to feed him.
I think they're going to have to feed Travion.
Well, Travion's going to get fed too, but I'd in Dynasty, I'd if I've got 2 guys pretty close, I'll usually defer to the wide receiver.
Let's see.
Maybe I can trade back.
You made the pick already and then asked us?
No. I was just asking.
This is an interesting.
Draft won't happen until next week.
This is an interesting position with the Bears right now. There's a bunch of ways they could go.
Primarily a wide receiver. I stand by that. I want to hear what the Jaguars say in the press conference before I make any assumptions one way or another. And I want to see what the rest of the moves they make are.
They already talked about him being primarily a wide receiver.
The Jags?
Yeah, but I want to see it in the preseason.
No, I want to see the press conference once they're done with the entire draft.
Yeah.
I can't see Hunter dislodging Thomas as the number 1 guy, though. That's my problem.
Even if he plays a lot, how much more is Jacksonville going to throw the ball? So how many targets and how do they split those targets between those 2 receivers?
And that was
that's a question.
That was a weird year last year for Jacksonville, if you look at them too, because that defense, if you look at the scoring and how many points they gave up, It wasn't so great. But if you look at the yards, they were a little better. They were just doing stupid things with the ball last year. I think if under better coaching, I think they could surprise us a bit on the defensive side. And that means that they feed the run a little bit more than they did last year. But with all those weapons, I kind of like Trevor Lawrence. Is he a great quarterback? Is he a great quarterback? Probably not. But is he in that discussion for 8th to 10th best? Yeah, maybe.
Right now, top 15 quarterback, I'd say you're great.
Well, sure.
Yeah, top 15 for sure.
But I'm saying you're on the winning side of quarterbacks. I'd say you're great.
I'm saying with now having Thomas and if Hunter plays enough wide receivers
and Etienne's fine, and maybe they find somebody else.
Bigsby's not dead, so you've got some talent on that team. It helps Lawrence be better. And whether I am just looking at this from a fantasy football lens or not, I look at his upside as being like 8th to 10th best if everything comes together for him.
Who's the 3 on that team, Coach?
What, for wide receiver?
Yeah.
Parker Washington's the slot.
Yeah.
Right now.
I like Parker Washington. I've been drafting a lot in the 20th round of best ball.
Yeah, I mean, they have Diami Brown. They have
Luther Burden to the Bears. Dang.
Gabe Davis as well. Okay, now this makes Colson Loveland pick even weirder now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because Loveland should be the big slot to replace Keenan Allen. Now they draft another.
I disagree with that. Loveland was never going to be the slot in a Ben Johnson offense. He was going to be Laporta, like Laporta was used in Detroit. Who's the slot in Detroit? Amon-Ra is the slot in Detroit. Laporta never played slot. He may have lined up once in a while, but he wasn't the slot receiver. He did play out of the backfield some, and they will use Colston Loveland that way. You watch. Burton makes sense because their receivers, Keenan Allen's not a spring chicken.
Their comp for
he's gone.
Keenan's gone.
Their comp for Burton is DJ Moore. They basically just drafted DJ Moore. That's the comp they're giving him, DJ Moore.
Yeah.
He's not DJ Moore, but
no.
You don't think so?
No.
I think Burton has. I think he ended up in a very good offense with a very good offensive coach. I think Burton's going to surprise you next year, Coach.
But okay, so here's the thing too. At Missouri this last year when things started to go wrong, he just kind of shut down and complained all the time, right? So now if he's, let's just say you have DJ Moore, Romo Dunze, and Colston Loveland all ahead of him in the pecking order, is he going to throw a fit then too?
We'll see. But I'll tell you what, Ben Johnson won't put up with it. I'll tell you that. So and remember, these guys all got interviewed by these teams. So these teams know what they're getting.
I think what this pick shows you is who's in charge with Chicago. Ryan Poles might be the guy making right he might be putting the card in, but Ben Johnson's making the decisions right now.
Ryan Poles is fired.
What this really shows is, Greg, they're afraid of the defenses that we have here in the North. They're packing in a lot of talent on the receiving end here.
Could Sanders go here to New Orleans?
He could.
Potentially.
How about Milroe here?
Yeah, Milroe could go too.
Yeah. Coach, who would you rather have, Sanders or Milroe?
Milroe. There is a lot of long term. There's a lot of rumors that the Saints like Milroe too.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is a spot for him too. I don't think if you let him go past this point, I think somebody will grab him before we get.
Well, there was going to be a run on quarterbacks tonight, I thought. The second-tier quarterbacks were going to go tonight, I thought.
And, there has been talks, too, about Derek Carr. I mean, I don't know if it's rumors or false, fake news, but him maybe potentially not wanting to be playing there for the Saints anymore. Like, he's just kind of fed up with them.
I don't know if he's got anything left.
I just reminded myself about Trevor. 27th ranked quarterback last year in my Beat a Hall of Famer league.
Oh, Coach, I wanted to. I giggled earlier when Omari. Dang it, who's the one that the running back that went before Travion?
Judkins?
Yeah, the comp for him was Sony Michel.
He is not. No, Sony was better. Like Sony.
No, I know. I just meant like what I mean when I think of Sony Michel. Yeah, when he came out, it was great. But I'm thinking of like what happened in his career. Sony Michel.
End of the career. Sony Michel is what we're
Yeah,
saying.
I'm like, oh, I don't like that.
He had no need left though at that point in time, though. Honestly,
Yeah.
I know. Dude, yeah,
So,
Sony Michel coming out though, it's like, ooh.
So the
Ryan Feller on Twitter says 0 excuses for Caleb Williams.
Oh, for sure.
Correlating talent is overwhelming and in abundance, and rebuilt offensive line in the offseason.
I like that Beldon pick for real football, but boy, that's sure going to complicate fantasy football forecasts for the wide receiver group. I could see a situation because they're all three so different in how they play the game. I could see game scripting and game planning to beat certain defenses, and it's going to be a nightmare. Oh my God. Did I see that right?
I think they're just trying to throw over 4,000 yards. I think they're just trying to hit it. If they can get over that, they'll be good, you know?
Wow. One of the quarterback. Now, you got to ask yourself, what's wrong with Shedeur?
He's not.
Tyler Show, dude. They just took a
Tyler Shuck. It's pronounced Shuck.
Shuck?
Yeah.
Shuck.
Don't ask me how you get your case sound out of that. Don't ask me how.
What are your thoughts on that, dude? What are your thoughts on him?
I would not have touched him till the 4th round. He is going to be 26 years old during the NFL season this year. He is a 7-year player in college. He was Justin Herbert's backup at Oregon. He had 3 season-ending injuries. He played let's just put it this way. My comp for him is Desmond Ridder.
He's a skinny.
And Desmond Ridder is
6'5" and 219. He's a skinny.
And if you look at his legs are freaking chicken legs, just like Desmond Ridder's. Just like Desmond Ridder's. And he broke his leg once. That might have played a part in it. But this was his only good year was at Louisville this year at age 25. He can read defenses. He can go through progressions, but sometimes he's very quick to go through progressions at the same time as well. And he doesn't always have his feet underneath him. He plays scared. He likes drifting in the pocket. He's had those season-ending injuries. Really smart kid, really good kid, but second round too rich for me. I know a lot of NFL teams supposedly really liked him.
But this could explain why the Saints have been the Saints and almost the Aints lately. They've not been making good decisions at quarterback for a while.
Spencer Rattler. Let's go.
I don't think he's any better than Spencer Rattler. Let's put it that way. They're pretty similar players, probably, honestly.
I know. I don't understand this pick. So weird.
I don't know.
Milton
There's some people in the draft community that like Todd McShay really loves Tyler Shuck, and like I watched some of the games this year. I'm like, I just don't get it, and like the deep ball inaccuracy is very, very concerning. And Ja'Cory Brooks and Chris Bell bailed him out a ton.
Oh, we got a trade. Buffalo made a trade.
Buffalo
traded up.
Bears. Yep.
So they're probably going edge, I would assume. Unless they really like either TJ Sanders or Darius Alexander, but I don't think they put those guys.
Yeah.
Will Johnson has like 5 injuries right now, so
he would fit with Buffalo's defense. They've not made it to the end of a season here lately without a ton of injuries.
They brought Tre'Davious White back this year.
Yeah.
And they brought Dane Jackson back too. They're just going back to like 3 years ago, but everybody's older and more injury prone.
If Buffalo could ever get their week 1 team all the way to the playoffs healthy, their defense starts the season so good, but man, they whittle down.
I also think part of it comes down like in the critical spots. Sean McDermott's been calling defensive plays, right? The last couple of years after Leslie Frazier left. Step down, whatever you want to call it. Not Doug McDermott, Sean McDermott.
Here's a trade.
When he calls defensive plays in the big games, he kind of like falls apart, honestly.
Here's a trade. Bills get 40, 41, 72, and 240. Bears get 56, 62, and 109.
So it's probably an edge player.
2 seconds and a fourth for a second, a third, and a seventh.
Hey, skipping down to the next pick, that's got to be where Sanders is going, right? New York?
Maybe. I don't think they care about quarterback that much this year, honestly, though. I really don't think the Jets care about drafting quarterback highly this year. I really don't.
I just miss the days that the draft was at the Sheraton and all you had were about 20 screaming Jets fans pissed about every pick they made, no matter who it was.
Ferguson, oh God, no.
I enjoyed watching it on TV last night with Green Bay. All those people there. I thought that was cool. I did.
Yeah, it was interesting when they drafted Matthew Golden, because I think if they hadn't, there might have been a riot, because those Packer fans have been screaming for a wide receiver in the first for how many years?
The last
2002, 2003, something like that.
2002, Javon Walker was the last one.
Yeah.
Matthew Golden wasn't even born then. That's how long it's been. And then also the fact that the Eagles also took a linebacker in the first round, which they haven't done, I believe, since the 80s.
Wow.
But those two things happening in the same draft is something that probably isn't talked about enough.
Every year, there's weirdness in the draft. There just is. So,
well, the Eagles could have an Alabama alumni meeting in their locker room.
Alabama, Georgia alumni.
Crazy.
Yeah. Well, crazy. Atlanta too. Atlanta's Tennessee and Georgia.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see. This has to be an edge player, though.
Yeah.
But it depends on which one they like best.
Yeah, that Matthew Golden pick yesterday for Green Bay, guys, his landing position changed my mind about him for fantasy football more than anybody else in that first round.
And I think it's better dynasty-wise, because I don't think it's going to be year one. I think it's going to be more year two. Because every wide receiver they have, besides Jayden Reed, is not under contract after this year.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I put a very wide range of outcomes on him for my way too early forecast. He's year one. He's going to offer a lot of upside, but you're right. There's so many options right now. But I put a huge range all the way from, believe it or not, again, when I do my forecasting for MVP index, I look at the absolute. If everything went perfect, so I had it WR8 to 31, showing the kind of uncertainty that you just mentioned. Great for dynasty. For this year, it's going to be a wild ride. You're not going to know what you're going to get.
Yeah, they did take a linebacker.
Great linebacker. He's awesome.
I figured it'd be D tackle or edge. I figured it'd more likely be edge, just because there's more of them available.
I like
it says their needs are corner and DT.
Yeah.
So
that's what the green ones are the green ones are the highlight of what they've already drafted so far.
Oh, okay.
And then the rest, all of them in total are what they had going into the draft, if that makes sense.
Okay.
TJ Sanders is kind of interesting, because I feel like defensive tackle, I feel like they wanted somebody to stuff the run a little bit better next to Ed Oliver, because they don't really have that since Daquan Jones left. They kind of brought in some veterans here and there, that probably can't play more than 30 snaps a game anyways. Sanders feels more like an Ed Oliver backup type, eventual heir apparent type guy. Same thing could have been said about Darius Alexander if they went there. I really like TJ Sanders. But you were talking about Mason Graham being undersized, TJ Sanders, he bulked up to 297 for his pro day.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
But he's really quick off the ball to start.
How's his lateral movement?
He's swift.
The reason I ask is because that's one of Mason Graham's strengths.
Yeah.
He's very swift, dude. He can move through people very swiftly.
Does he use his hands well?
Yep. He uses his arms, pushes off people very well.
He's very
quick. Eye for the
He's
ball.
just really quick.
Yeah, very
We're
quick.
about to find out with the Jets here.
Don Randall.
Okay, so Jets. I feel like the Jets are. Wait,
Their
so
pick was in.
the Bills just traded up for that most recent pick, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that means they probably thought the Jets were going to take TJ Sanders, which is a very, very viable scheme fit. However, if they still want to go defensive tackle, the next guy would probably be Darius Alexander, and he's similar build to TJ Sanders. He's just like 2 years older. Out of Toledo, for the people that don't know that out there.
It doesn't say the Jets need a quarterback.
Well, they just need a couple different things. They need defensive tackle. I wouldn't be surprised if they still draft edge just because there's edge remaining out there. They really need another wide receiver next to Garrett Wilson. Honestly, Corley did nothing last year. Alan Lazard's overpaid.
Alan Lazard played well in Green Bay when he had Rodgers.
And he didn't play so well with Rodgers last year, besides the first game of the year. That game he played good. Every other game, not so good.
Yeah, the cupboard is bare.
You see this one from Ronnie here? Shooter got passed over by a 26-year-old who's got a season. Well, technically, he's got 3 season-ending injuries.
I love Ronnie. He comes up with some great quotes.
Yep. He is a good guy.
He is. Good guy AI.
All right, let's see here. Wide receiver. Jack Beck's still available. I like him.
Oh, yeah.
Jalen Royals.
No. Jalen. He's another one of those guys. Like, he tested, like, his 40 time was, like I said with Judkins, like, where Judkins' testing time was, like, way faster than, like, what you see on tape. Jalen Royals is the exact same way.
I like Trey Harris is still available. Isaiah Bond, I know he's got some off-field issues. But
I don't even know if Isaiah Bond gets drafted. I wouldn't touch that with the 10-foot pole. There might be some team that does it, but it's going to be late day 3.
Yeah, I mean, Jack Beck's still available. I mean, that's who I'm going for.
For here?
Well, I'm just saying, like, next available whoever needs a wide receiver.
I mean, the Jets need a wide receiver.
San Francisco.
Jets need a wide receiver, right? But I don't think Jack Besh is a good fit there, honestly.
Yeah, is it Besh?
Besh. Trey Harris, good fit.
I like Trey Harris too.
He's another guy that's gotten hurt a lot, though.
Iamora, or how do you say his name?
Who? Alec Iammanor? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Jalen Noel would make a lot of sense for the Jets.
Oh, yeah. He's the other Iowa State guy.
Yeah. He's really good. And he's almost built like like if you think of like a smaller running back, that's how he's built.
That's wild. Something's up with Shador. People don't like him. I mean, maybe it's just his attitude. Some people don't want that on their team.
I think some people don't want to deal with Dion either.
Yeah.
If he was an absolute lock to be a great starting quarterback, I think they would put up with anything.
Mm-hmm.
But what if his upside forecast from teams is to be an average quarterback?
Yeah.
Do you want an average quarterback who could be trouble to deal with at times?
Yeah.
That's, and I'm not saying the kid's a troublemaker or whatever. I mean, he has gotten thrown out of a couple of games for pushing referees from his high school and his college career. That always worries me.
Is it like having LeVar? Is it LeVar Ball or Lamar Ball? Is it like having him?
Yeah, and the other thing with Shador,
Mason Taylor. That's a good pick. That's a great
pick.
Okay, yeah. Tight end.
Now, is he more of a run blocking tight end than a receiving?
He does everything.
Okay.
I think a lot of people have comped him to like Dallas Goedert.
It's a good fit. They're gonna like that because who did they have? Ruckert, right?
Jeremy Ruckert's more of a passer or a run blocker.
Yeah.
Obviously
they let Conklin go, so
See,
Yeah,
I like
Conklin
Besh.
is fun.
This is where I want Besh to go right here, San Fran.
Why?
I think it'd be a lot of fun.
He's the big slot, and they already have a big
That would
slot in
be a lot
Jawan
of fun.
Jennings.
Eh.
They paid Jawan Jennings, so I
Yeah.
don't see this happening.
Oh,
there.
that's true. You're right.
Let's see. They went Michael Williams first round. This is probably either offensive line or defensive tackle. They could go corner though.
What about Dallas? What about Dallas for Besh?
That could work. Just because CD can play inside out.
What's Tolbert going to do? Long ball?
He sucks.
Why? Don't hate on Tolbert.
He should be a wide receiver 4 on an NFL roster. He's not. He should never be a starting 3 wide receiver on any team.
Don't hate on Tolbert.
He's not good.
I like him for best ball.
Instead of coming out of college.
He's not good.
He's your wide receiver 4. He's a guy that can fill in a game or two here and there, but you don't want him to start.
I do listen to Coach when he says that. He sucks. When it's quick like that.
Like, you should never want it. Like, he's never going to be violent. Like, yeah, there might be some fantasy games in there that pay off, but
best ball guy.
Like best ball 22nd round guy, maybe Alfred Collins. So that's
round. I don't think I have 22nd rounds in best ball.
That's a bigger DT.
Yeah. So he's
drafted.
He's been typically one of the top nose tackles out there, but he can play 3 tech too. If Texas moves their guys all around, so he let's see, what pick was that?
Collins.
That pick, okay, so that pick was 45.
Defensive tackle.
I typically have been having Alfred Collins go to the Cardinals, but they already took Walter Nolan. So he's something that they do not have in San Francisco at defensive tackle. That's definitely for sure. Probably not a guy I think they take, but
I don't know. He looks passionate and fun and wild. I mean, that's
he's a good, like, he's just one of those solid guys that you're gonna have a defensive tackle and you're not gonna worry about, but it's just like the upside really isn't there.
I think you kind of need that with Kyle Shanahan right now.
Dennis, did you mock the second round?
From a fantasy standpoint, yeah.
Did you mock a fantasy-worthy player to Dallas?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's got to be a wide receiver here if they go with a skilled player. Although, I don't know, did they go running back instead? You know, that's another thing that I
didn't they bring 2 running backs in? They brought in so 2 washed up running backs.
Running Javonte and Miles
Sanders. 2 washed up.
Like $2 million.
I just drafted Miles Sanders in an upstart dynasty league in the final round.
Yeah,
it's like my 8th or 9th running back, but it was. I figured he was going to be replaced by a rookie.
Yeah, I think the Cowboys draft running back, but I think they draft like day 3 guys, like 2 guys on day 3.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I have Taj Brooks going to them a lot.
Hey guys, Will Johnson, Michigan fan. How far does he fall?
No way, you're not. You're not.
Depends on how bad his knee medicals are.
Hey, look, I'll tell you how much I'm a Michigan fan. I was going to wear a special outfit for today.
Ooh, this is a good pick for the Cowboys.
Oh, I love it.
But I decided it didn't fit my style.
This is actually a really good pick for the Cowboys. It's Donovan Ezeraku out of Boston College.
I got a couple cards here for you, Greg. You're going to the Expo, right?
I hope to, yeah.
What's this? Got an Aiden Hutchinson Michigan card for you. This is called an acetate card. You know what that is, right?
Barry.
Then I got another Barry Sanders card and then a Jahmyr Gibbs card.
Are you the one that gave me all the cards with
I gave you that JJ. I gave you the JJ McCarthy card, the autograph.
I know. I've got that up over by the
You're lucky a Vikings fan sent you the JJ McCarthy card.
Hey, and it's autographed. And it's autographed.
And it's autographed. That's how much I love you. He said Greg was going to dress up as a Wolverine.
But
yeah, it's a nice card.
Hey, the Cowboys actually made a really good pick.
But do you know where it's living? It's living next to my Tom Brady autographed mini helmet.
I love it. Good vibes. What happened, Coach? Tell me.
The Cowboys took Donovan Izaraku, the edge rusher out of Boston College. It's a really good pick. And it's not okay. Eberflus came in now, so Eberflus is defensive coordinator. So I guess maybe. Because I'm like, it's not typically the body type they draft, but he's very good. But now Eberflus coming in as defensive coordinator, they could change some of that stuff up.
Joe is a lot better at finding these picks ahead of time than I am.
Yeah. No, I was just looking on Twitter. So it looks like Colts are up next, and the Colts have been Tyler Warren round 1. The Colts' other needs primarily going to be linebacker and interior offensive line. Interior offensive line this could very much be a Tate Ratledge spot. The guard out of Georgia.
Duarte.
With the mullet.
Duarte.
Yeah, I kind of thought.
Bring that back up. I saw my name, but I couldn't read it. It was too fast.
Oh, this is Greg was going to dress up as a Wolverine. He said,
No, I was going to dress up as a lion. Come on, get it right.
I had the Colts going defense here when I was looking at this earlier today. I thought this would be a good spot for them to go and try to solidify their defense a little bit.
There's got to be a good corner left, right? A really good
Trey
corner.
Amos.
Somebody maybe that played at Michigan for a while.
Oh no, well, you see, Greg, Trey Amos played at Louisiana, Alabama, and Ole Miss.
Yeah, but the guy I'm thinking about was like ranked 10th highest player by Mel Kiper.
There's finally there. I think the Colts did bring in I don't think the Colts need corner as bad as people think, though. Jalen Jones has been all right. Juju Brent's still a project because he's been hurt for 2 years. They signed Charvarius Ward.
They can draft Will Johnson and sit him for a year.
Yeah, until Charvarius Ward gets hurt or something. I don't know. But I think interior offensive line should be the target, personally.
Yeah.
Will Johnson is best available.
He's been best available for like 20 picks.
20.
He's been best available since yesterday.
He's been best available since Jalen Walker got picked, essentially.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. At like 15.
Broken.
So 30 picks, not 20.
Hey, Craig, that's your friend? That's your friend?
Yeah.
Yep.
You need to smack him upside his head. Don't talk bad about Michigan players, boy.
You know who's a Michigan player that I do like in this draft? Josiah Stewart.
Yeah.
He's kind of small, but he's feisty.
He'll
probably go tomorrow.
I think you are going to be amazed by the turnaround Michigan has next year. They got a new quarterback. This kid is special.
Hey, I'm going to give you guys another tip, okay, when it comes to college football.
Yeah.
So I graduated from Purdue.
You have my condolences.
Yes, thank you. Purdue will be better next year. The only way they could have been worse is if they went ahead and canceled playing football in the fall, I think.
Hudson Card was that bad?
They had nothing last year. It was painful watching those games. It really was.
Hey, how many minutes do they get per pick in this second round? 7?
I think it's still showing 10 for round 2. I believe I think round 3 drops down to 5, though.
Okay.
Yep.
And they got 10 in round 1, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to be on the air till 1 in the morning.
So looking ahead, guys, as Shedeur continues to fall, how about the Rams as a landing point for him?
Josiah Stewart?
Yeah.
How about the Chargers?
Yeah, he could definitely fit there. They need more edge
They
rushers.
need it, and Jim Harbaugh's familiar with them.
Oh, technically, no. He transferred into Michigan last year.
Oh, okay.
Coastal Carolina. So, like, he still has people at Michigan that could tell him about him, though. But
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah. So this one's JT Tuimoloau for the Colts, which is he's
Ooh.
a typical body type that they would draft a defensive end. I think there is probably like 6 other guys that probably drafted defensive end ahead of him, though. I'd rather take the shot on Landon Jackson, who's
the comp is Tuipulotu.
that's what they said for JT.
Yep, that's the comp.
No, he's not that good. He's not as good as Sam Lister.
They give you like that shitty. I love it.
Okay, here at the end of the day, too, like Thule, it's kind of like, did they just do it because they have similar last names? Like, honestly,
you're probably right.
Like, but Thule was like a tweener, like at USC. He was like around like 278, and then like he dropped a little bit of weight, but then he looked pretty good. He tested pretty good. I think he probably tested better than JT even. So I don't know. I'm trying to think of who would be a better comp.
They probably just did it because of the last names.
Hey, he was a really good basketball. He was a really good basketball player in high school, though. JT was.
Dennis,
Yeah.
what do you think of Detroit's first round pick, and what do you think they go for in the second?
Oof.
Do they have a pick in the second? I don't even know.
Oh, let's see.
Vikings don't have a pick until the third, and then they don't have a pick until the fifth and sixth.
Yep.
So the Vikings have the least amount of picks in the entire draft. So
we have 4. We have 4, and they're all not
great. The Rams have a fun pick. The Rams have a fun pick. It's a tight end.
Oh, really? Arroyo?
What?
Arroyo?
No, it's not Arroyo. They don't draft broken tight ends. It is Terrence Ferguson, the tall tight end out of Oregon. He has some pretty good upside for fantasy.
Is he 6'8"?
6'6", 6'7"-ish.
Oh. He's not that tall.
Have you ever seen somebody that tall?
That's a small forward in basketball.
Yeah, that's true. 6. What was it?
6'6"?
Yeah, 6'8".
It's almost a point guard. 6'8" is a point guard. That was Magic Johnson.
Yeah. Once you hit 6'8" is what a door frame is.
Yeah, we had a guy in our high school that was 6'9". He had to duck to get in the door frame.
I don't even know people are tall and they got a duck. Who was that guy in college this year that was cutting down the rim? Was he 7'10"? Guy in the NCAA tournament who was cutting down. He cut the piece of the net without using the ladder. Some center. He's like 7'10" or 7'9". He's tall as hell.
Yeah, but I bet he gets pushed around a lot by the bigger centers.
I think Terrence Ferguson had the fastest 40 time among all the tight ends at the combine this year, though.
Oh, wow.
A 39-inch vertical and a 10-2 broad jump. The kids, I think he's a former 4-star prospect, too. He had decent production at Oregon, but he's just kind of like one of those names that people slept on.
Stafford might be somebody I might be targeting in Scott Fishbowl this year.
They got to be who's the backup? Who's the backup in LA?
Who's the backup?
Jimmy's still there? I think Jimmy Garoppolo's still there.
Quarterback.
Bennett?
No, I think Jimmy Garoppolo's still there.
Garoppolo's still there.
I think he signed a 2-year deal.
Because Stafford can't have that much time left, can he? He's getting up there in age.
1 or 2 years.
Stafford plays through anything. You should know that as a Detroit fan.
Oh, I know. He's tough guy.
Yeah, heading into age 37 season.
Yeah.
That's nothing at quarterback.
No.
Not if your name's Blanda, maybe, but for everybody else, it's kind of old.
Well, it's not like Stafford has really done much with the legs lately, so.
No. As long as the O-line's good.
I don't think it's going to matter, though. I mean, he's got pretty decent running backs. Kyron's really good. They got Corum to back him up. Now he's got how many receivers? You just got Devonta Adams there. He's got Puka Nacua, and now they just brought in another tight end.
Ferguson.
Is Cup gone?
Cup's in Seattle.
No, I didn't
He
realize.
was in Seattle.
Yep, he
With
went back
Sam
home.
Darnold?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
What
he
do
got
you
like. He
What
got
do you
like
expect from Darnold? Everybody, what do you expect from Darnold this year? Fantasy
As long
wise.
as that line can keep him from getting murdered, he should be good.
Top
you
12?
see.
No.
Top 23.
Yeah.
So bottom end of a super flex.
Yep.
Yes.
With upside for more potentially, but it also like JC said, like depends on the offensive line. But they drafted Gray Zabel. If he pans out, that's cool. I like Olatimi at center, but he's still inexperienced at the NFL level. He's a Michigan guy.
I know.
Yeah.
My way too early forecast
he's a national
for Darnold,
champion guy.
I had him.
Was he?
Yeah, he was on Harbaugh's last year, wasn't he?
Let's see. He might have.
I'm pretty
Was he
sure
that
he
year
was.
For that? He might have been the year before that. I'm trying to think now. No, I think he was. I think he got drafted the year before that. I do think he's one of.
That's one. That's one thing Harbaugh believes in is a strong offensive line.
Mm-hmm. See, I like Olatimi, but I haven't watched him. I didn't see his games last year after he became the starter. After
Lil Timmy.
What?
His name is Lil Timmy.
No, Olatimi.
Oh, they said Lil Timmy. I was like, I need to get that jersey.
I think we just called him Oli.
Yeah. Well, it was like Oli something Olatimi, and I don't remember the whole first name, but they just call him like Olatimi. But I didn't get a chance to watch like him at center last year after Connor Williams retired. So I don't know, like kind of the issues that he had at the Senior Bowl is like getting anchored early in his pass sets. So if he got better at that, then I think he's a viable starter. But I still think they might have another question at the opposite guard, assuming that Gray Zabel starts at one of them. And I know they drafted Christian Haynes last year, who some people liked. I didn't really like.
It takes a while to learn the NFL game. The quickness is a different level.
Mm-hmm. And I questioned Haynes' quickness to start with. I think he has good punch, but like after that, there's not much there. And I don't in a Clint Kubiak scheme too. I don't think Christian Haynes is a good fit at all.
Ferguson, I'm gonna tell you right now, he kind of looks like Zach Ertz a little bit to me.
Who?
Terrence Ferguson.
Oh, he's good.
He kind of looks a little bit like Zach Ertz.
Yeah.
Runs those little quick routes and shifty and strong push off.
Yeah, he just needs to. He's gonna have to develop in terms of blocking though. Hey, look, Will Johnson finally went.
Competitive. That's that Zach Ertz edge.
Yeah. So Will Johnson finally went.
There you go. Oh yeah.
That makes sense.
Damn. Now I got to root for the Cardinals.
I mean, they don't need him to play right away either. They have other guys. Not that those other guys have quite lived up to expectations, but they have other guys that they can play as well.
Have you heard what's wrong with his knee? Because I haven't.
I have not. I just heard knee. I heard something about a rumor of a shoulder too now.
You see, I haven't heard the shoulder rumor. I know he had a high ankle sprain.
Wasn't it like toe first?
He had a turf toe. He had a high ankle sprain, and then all of a sudden, last night late, I started hearing, "Oh, he's got a knee problem."
And a shoulder.
And I didn't know. I hadn't heard the knee problem.
Well, this one says NFL Draft File says word around the league is that Will Johnson's knee problems are potentially chronic, and this is why he's fallen out of the first round. So, the word.
What kind of knee problem is chronic?
I don't know. Arthritis.
Yeah.
That's what happened to Todd Gurley.
Wait. So this one says
for a 20-year-old.
Well, this one says he had a procedure on his knee. It said the procedure that Johnson had was called a osteo something allograft transplant. Basically, they took a piece of bone and cartilage from his healthy knee and put it in his injured knee where the damage
Houston
was.
made a trade. You got a trade from Houston. Houston traded up.
Yeah, let's see. So he had this procedure prior to last season in his knee.
Oh, I wonder if that caused some of his other leg injuries.
He might have.
Yeah.
It might have.
Yeah.
Their pick is in too, so you might be on to see if you see it first. Houston traded up. I didn't see what the trade was, but they traded up.
Caserio does like making moves. Obviously, he was with the Patriots for a long time.
What pick number is it?
48.
48. So they gave up 58 and 99 for this pick.
That's not too bad.
That's not bad. The Texans have selected Minnesota offensive tackle Ariante Ursary. I am very happy with this.
Yeah, that's a good pick, man.
So let's just put it this way. They traded out of the first round, and they got Jay Niggins and Ursary. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, they did good.
Masterclass. Nick Caserio.
So who, in your opinion, Dennis and Craig and JC, is the best GM for drafting?
Well, we know what yours is going to be.
Oh, yeah. It's Brad Holmes. There's no doubt. But I want to know your opinion because I want to know whether to respect you or laugh at you.
I mean,
come on, Craig, you first, then JC, then Dennis. We'll just go down the ladder.
Obviously, there's a lot of names that do come to mind just in general because, like, you
Number
can talk
one.
You can talk Howie Roseman, but then obviously you talk about like drafting Jalen Reagor and stuff, and that doesn't work out. The Ravens have done really well. The Ravens have done really well, but they still have had some misses too on like some of the high ups, like the David Ojabos of the world and guys like that. They drafted that were high upside that haven't panned out for one reason or another. I think, obviously Brad Holmes is up there. Les Snead deserves a lot of love too because he's always like, let's trade away all the first round picks and Byron Young, Braden Fisk, Kobe Turner, all these guys after round one that they drafted, Puka Nacua, Kyron Williams. Look at all those guys that panned out. I think I'm going to go Les Snead and the Rams just based on like what they've done without first round picks.
Your turn, JC.
Yeah, I'm going with the Eagles GM. I think they've just developed a great team and it's just continuous. They've just finding Jalen Hurts, right? In that late and absolutely producing him, and he's just continued to be successful. They finally get this win, and they do it against a 3-time champions.
So the argument against Howie Roseman is Andre Dillard and Jalen Reagor though in the first round.
Yeah, the Reagor pick that sucks because it's in the same draft with Lamb and Justin Jefferson.
Jefferson was the next pick too, and then at the same time, like the Andre Dillard one was thought to be good at the time, but obviously there was a lot of bad process there.
I think Holmes is great too. I think Brad is good.
Your turn, Dennis.
I'm going to be a homer, guys, because here's the story. Okay. In my lifetime as a Chiefs fan, I got to see almost nothing. Okay. 50 years between Super Bowls. And yeah, I know Veach didn't pick Mahomes, but Veach has been the master of sort of managing the salary cap without ever painting himself into a hole where he had to take a bad year. And he's been the master of finding later round talent, both to rejuvenate their defensive backfield and find these guys that, no, they're not going to be all pros, but they fit in a system. And at the same time is able to find some real good steals on the offensive line later in the draft. They just do their due diligence and willing to take some risks. I know they'll get vilified for some of the first round picks that, and some of the reaches that they did. Sky Moore comes to mind there.
I love Sky at the time.
At the very worst case, you figured he was going to be giving them some versatility on kick returns and stuff like that. So he fit what they were trying to do with that pick. So I can't even hold him against that pick. But, I just look at, and obviously a lot of it has to do with Mahomes being quarterback, but it takes more than a great quarterback. We saw that with Marino in his career. It was tough getting back after going to the Super Bowl as a rookie, and 7 straight AFC championships. Veach been a big part of doing that for this team. I'm a homer, and I'm going to stick with my guy because he's given me a lot to smile about.
Well, I can understand that. I still like Brad. I mean, before this year's draft, every draft pick he's made except one was still on the roster last year.
Well, he took a crap franchise
and turned it into 15-2.
Traded away a guy that what little fans, that the loyal fans loved, and got a bunch of draft picks, and then took a quarterback like Goff and managed to find the right coaching to turn him into a damn good player. So yeah, I agree with you, Greg. He's done a great job as well. I mean, you just don't turn around a team as quick as he did without being really good at what you're doing.
It's a good pick by Houston, man.
It's a great pick.
Coach Ravel, good, bad, indifferent?
He's good, but he's coming off ACL surgery. And he's still kind of raw at corner, too. He's like a freak athlete, still trying to learn the position. So out of high school, he had to go to community college because he didn't have the grades. And he was working at Amazon like overnight or something like that, doing a warehouse job or whatever. And his dad's like, hey, they're having like this tryout over at East Carolina pretty much.
So he was a walk-on?
He went over, so they drove over to East Carolina for the tryout, and he's literally slept like 2 hours. And they're like, hey, get your grades up this year, and we'll give you a scholarship easy. And that's
I'll tell you right now, South Carolina might have the most picks in the second round.
Maybe.
For college.
So they got 3 now. So Demetrius Knight Jr., he's an older prospect too, though. He played really good there this year. I think he played South Carolina State beforehand. He's 24 already. There are rumors that that Jeremiah Pratt does not want to be on the Bengals anymore because they let go of Lou Anarumo at defensive coordinator. So if that's the case, having a solid replacement for him does make some sense. Plus, they lost Akeem Davis Gaither, their third linebacker, to the Cardinals this offseason. So at the very least, he'll be taking over that role. I think I'd probably have him in the third round more, though. And obviously, I think ESPN had him like third round in 94 too. So
he does miss some of his stuff, but he is fast. He does attack the ball.
Yeah, I think he's fast, but he doesn't always break. Like, I don't think his instincts are always the best, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree 100% with you. But yeah, he does make big plays. He can be a playmaker. I feel like when he wants to be, he's just got to get that grind. You got to get pushed.
So Seattle's back up now, right?
Yeah.
They took Gray Zabel first round. They took Nick Emamori, where they traded up. Did they double dip at offensive line here on offensive guard with like a Tate Ratledge, a Jared Wilson? They could.
Well, it says they need a center and best fit, Jared Wilson.
Yeah, but I think Tate Ratledge is the better prospect. And if you think Gray Zabel can play center, then you could still take Tate Ratledge at the same time. And either Wilson or Ratledge could both be good scheme fits in the Clint Kubiak's offense.
How much of high school, I played tight end and wide receiver, a little bit of defense. How much of a shift is it, especially at the NFL level, to go from guard to center? I mean, the physicalities should be similar, but the technique, I would think, would be way different. Your guards pull more.
And I think, well, even going from guard to center too, like you have to get used to snapping the ball, and you have to be able to snap and fire your hands quick. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah. And you have to know not to step back on your quarterback's ankle.
Yeah, try not to do that too. That's not
not do that.
Well, but I've seen centers used as pulling blockers.
Yes, if they're
in the
athletic,
NFL.
they can do it. Yes, very much.
So, well, I wouldn't say very much, but I have seen it done.
Well, if they're athletic enough, they can very much do it. But there's very few that typically fit that mold in any given year.
Yeah, I just wonder what the difference is between facing a 3-4 with a nose tackle right on your helmet as you're snapping versus a 4-3.
Oh, so the Seahawks are taking Elijah Arroyo here.
Hey, I like that pick for them.
Allegedly. They're
taking all the guys I like.
I mean, they don't have to, okay, so he's still kind of raw. So
they always miss on tight end though. That's the only shit.
He's always like Fant's not a bad player. He's a good player. That's not that fantasy role.
He was an excellent player when he came into the NFL. It's been like 8 years. Come on.
It's been like 6.
It's only
he's been a good player. He hasn't been a great player, but it's just he's a first round pick.
I was exaggerating, and you made my point.
He's still good. He's just not first round.
Dude, they had big Montana. Remember, they had big Montana there, and like
they didn't have anything invested in him.
I know, but then he did well. Didn't he go to he played with the Rams, right? Was it Rams or
he played with the Chargers last year, and he was good for like 2.5 weeks.
And he did all right. He kept me a little
2.5 weeks.
I love big Montana, dude. Will Disley. I don't know, man. They just keep missing. You know, they had Jimmy Grandpa came into Seattle, and he just kind of missed a little bit. He had a couple of games, but
hey, Luke Wilson was good for a while.
Yeah, long hair Wilson. He looked like a hockey player.
Kind of. So who's next? The Broncos are next. Broncos took Jahdae Barron. Broncos took Jahdae Barron round 1. I think they want Jahdae Barron to play safety, but he could also play slot. If they want him to play slot and they still want to draft a safety because they could use a guy next to Hufanga, then hey, they could still draft like Xavier Watts. Or
Sean Alexander coming out to do the pick.
Or Broncos could go running back. But they've been linked heavily to Breece Hall trade rumors.
What would they have to give up to get Breece?
Probably not as much as you think. Probably like a 3rd round pick. Trade market value on running backs is usually not too great.
Are you looking at prospects for running back?
What? No, I said the Broncos could go running back, but they've been linked heavily to Breece Hall, just in general.
Yeah, that would be, man, I would love that. Let's see. So here's what's left at running back. Dylan Sampson, Baishul Tootin, Caleb Johnson, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt.
That guy's a fun story. We probably won't see him tonight, but we'll see him at some point tomorrow. Craziest story you probably ever hear.
Jordan James, Cam Scatterbrain, Trevor Etienne, Woody Marks.
We're going to talk about Jordan James. Yeah, if you're just looking at the ESPN rankings of running backs, it's going to be very, very different from mine.
I was just looking at NFL.
Or wherever you're looking at.
Yeah.
I don't understand this. I'm looking at a list of the top remaining prospects.
Mm-hmm.
Shedeur Sanders is on it, but he's 4th on the list.
Who's that? Oh, well, let's see. Mike Green's ahead of him still, right?
Mike Green is number 1.
Yep.
Darius Alexander.
Yep.
Siobhan Rivell.
Yep.
And then right after him is Trey Amos.
I love Trey Amos.
Well, my point is everybody was surprised that Sanders didn't go in the first round.
But
we're in the third. What round? We're in the third round.
We're in the second still. We're in the middle of the second.
Okay, so your screen, JC, says next pick is round 3, pick 21.
Oh, that's the Panthers' next pick.
Yeah, next pick.
Oh, okay.
That's
I'm
the
going.
Panthers.
This is pick 20.
God, I missed that. I missed most of the round.
This is pick 21.
Okay, so the Panthers pick Nick Scourton out of Texas A&M, formerly of Purdue. Somebody down there might have something to say about him.
Hey, Dennis, what do you think of him? Did we lose Dennis?
He's muted, I think.
Yeah, there you go. To check on the dog there. When you have an 85-pound husky and she decides she wants something, you kind of have to give her to it. Scarton. Loved him when he was in the gold and black, and he was one of the smart ones that left town before the disaster last year. So, that's an interesting pick there. I was impressed with Mike Green, and I know that there's problems, but I'm a little surprised he made it this far.
But a lot of times when guys have he owned up to the stuff at the combine. Obviously there's been allegations. There's never been anything that has surfaced. And without knowing the full details, it's hard, but that could be enough for half the teams to just not even have them on their board.
We see Trey Harris go here.
There is a lot of rumors that they could go with Kyle Williams to reunite him with Cam Ward.
They did draft. Tennessee did draft a Mississippi or Ole Miss a wide receiver before, right? AJ Brown.
Yes, but don't do the helmet scouting thing.
I know. I'm
completely different player.
I can play devil's advocate a little bit here.
It's a completely different player. It's a completely different GM. It's that was 2 GMs ago. Ooh, a fellow.
Yeah, me too.
They just call him Femi. Femi Oladejo. He is out of UCLA. I think this is a really good pick, honestly, though. So he played off-ball linebacker until this most recent year. This year he moved to edge because they lost Leatu Latu and the Murphy twins. And the dude balled out. First year playing edge. Tested good. Dominated the Senior Bowl. It's a good pick. But we still have no Mike Green. We still have no Landon Jackson. We still have no – there's another edge player that hasn't been drafted yet either.
Kind of shows you how deep this draft is at edge.
Yeah.
It's
kind of interesting to see. So, the interesting part was defensive line across the board's pretty deep.
Yeah.
But the teams value defensive tackles earlier, and now we're seeing the edge run. Yeah. We still haven't really seen a corner run. We've seen a couple running backs go, but we haven't seen the big running back run either.
Yeah, but the only corner that mattered went this round.
Was he?
Yes, but we haven't seen a big run, Greg. We saw one corner.
Yeah, but it's the only one that matters.
But we want to see multiple.
Well, the interesting thing this round is I thought we were going to see more of a running back run. We've had more tight ends taken than running
tight ends, and now we're kind of getting into the edge group.
And now we're getting to the edge. Yeah, I expected when we saw, both of the Ohio State guys go early in this round, I kind of thought we were going to see 2 or 3 more go before the end of the round. And it looks like everybody's kind of decided that the next group is probably round 3, round 4 worthy.
What teams still need a running back?
Just about everybody. The way running backs are used nowadays, everybody could use.
I think Detroit's pretty solid. Personally,
Detroit might be the one exception, unless they do something with Montgomery. There's been rumors.
What rumors?
Well, the rumors about moving them.
To whom? For what?
That's
I
the
mean, the
mystery.
rumor
Just
has
they
to
were
be more substantial than we're shopping him.
Yeah. So Joe over here saying Denver needs a running back, but like I said, they've been very, very heavily linked to Breece Hall.
Yeah.
What are the Jets going to do then? Braylon Allen?
They have Braylon
Yes.
Allen. They have Isaiah Davis. They can draft another guy.
Well, I think a lot of teams are also looking, and granted, he's old and he's got
There you go, Joe.
a lot of injury, behind him, but Nick Chubb is still there. You got you got a lot of guys, a lot of the older, been injured guys that are still sitting there that haven't done anything yet. So I think the teams that don't get a running back here and don't win the Breece Hall Derby, I think we're going to see another little push right after the draft of some of these older guys going.
Yep. And
I like Caleb Johnson. I thought he was going to be a good pick in this year's draft.
He is. He still is.
Yep.
Like running backs don't go as early as they used to.
And they don't. But when I retired from fantasy in 2015 and took 5 years off. When I retired, the rage was stud running back.
Mm-hmm.
3 running backs in the first 5 rounds of fantasy drafts. I came back and saw insanity. 0 running back. 0 running back. Now, to me, I just can't do that. I can do hero. I can do best player available, but I cannot do 0 running back. I just can't do that.
Hey, I've switched to a theory that I call better than 0. My first 3 rounds, 4 rounds, I don't care what position the guy is. I'm picking the best player available. If that ended up being 4 running backs in a row, I wouldn't care. Usually it's not. Usually I've got 2 or 3 wide receivers by the time I get done with round 4. But then what I do is after I get, like, let's say we only start 2 wide receivers, I'm done at 4 wide receivers. I don't pick ordinary wide receivers. I then load up the rest of my roster with running backs. The landscape in fantasy, and I got my first gig doing writing for fantasy football at the early years when I first discovered the internet in about 96, 97. And back then you had, if you looked at how many different running backs on a team got 15 or more touches in a game, the average was about 1.8. You turn the clock to 2020, that number is now 3.2 in the 2020s. So you got so many running backs that are used now. And that has really changed the dynamic, but it's changed the value in the NFL as well. I mean, these guys go later and later. And, I agree. Caleb Johnson looked great in a Chiefs uniform.
This is
him.
interesting right here. So Benjamin Morrison goes to Tampa. Benjamin Morrison, very, very good man cover corner. Well, like coming into the year, he was going to be expected to be a first-round pick.
I thought Tampa played a lot of zone, though.
Yeah, no. That's why it's kind of weird. Like I figured they would be more on Chavon Ravel because he would fit their scheme. Like, because Todd Bowles loves super athletic guys. They're kind of raw and then molded his way. But Morrison's more of that man cover corner. But maybe okay. So he just had hip surgery. He's had 2 hip surgeries already in his life, and he's like 21, which is a big concern for a corner because the biggest thing for corners is hip mobility and flexibility. But maybe they're trying to make him into his own corner now because he's had that and asking him not to move his hips quite as much. But before he was a sticky man corner.
Do you say so is his name Tyler Shook?
Tyler Shook.
So Andy Barron said Tyler Shook is absolutely the type of QB who can help the Saints land Arch Manning in 2026. Great pick.
Spencer Rattler could have done that too. His name.
Andy has a wit. He really does.
Pretty funny.
Ouch.
Packers picks in, apparently. This could be. I know my best friend wants this to be Trey Amos, probably. And it makes sense. Matthew Golden is apparently going to wear number 81, if anybody cares about that.
High school, I was number 80 all through high school.
Oh, so this is a very typical Packers pick, though. The Packers are going to pick offensive lineman out of NC State, Anthony Beldon. He primarily played tackle in college. There's some teams that like him better at guard. He looked good enough at the Senior Bowl at tackle, though. So I think he could stick there ultimately if they want to. Obviously, Rasheed Walker, left tackle out of Penn State. Very late draft pick. He fell down for a lot of different reasons. He's played adequately well at the left tackle position, but he is going to be due some money after the season. Packers don't really like opening up the pocketbooks very often, so they could be looking for a future replacement for him. Or he could just play guard for them right away, too.
Or you have two tackles, right and left.
Well, I mean, Zach Tom's already a good right tackle, too, but he could play guard, too. It's a Packers pick. They like guys that can play multiple positions along the offensive line. More flexibility.
Oh, my goodness.
Jordy Nelson.
Anthony Belton.
He's the big boy.
Yeah. Yeah, I keep looking at 336 and 6'6", and I know what I weigh, and I'm 6 foot. So I think these guys are svelte. They're skinny, because I'm 6 foot, and I weigh more than 336. So.
Go, Pack, go. Not. They don't like the pick.
Really?
He was. A lot of people had him projected more as the third round guy. I had him end of round 2, and this is
Packers fans
towards the end of round 2.
See a lot of thumbs down.
Yeah, I know.
Struggles versus speed. Ooh,
what?
That's gonna suck in Minnesota when he comes to play Minnesota when he's got to face Van Ginkel.
Van Ginkel's not that fast.
Oh, what? He's definitely fast, bro. Come on. What? Come on.
He's not that fast.
Did he get any sacks against Detroit's line last year?
He tied for the most picks. What, pick six per position last year? What, he had 2 pick sixes last year?
Yeah. That just means he was in the right place at the right time. Like anybody can take a pick 6 40 yards if there's nobody chasing them.
No, I think this one was like 6 yards. It was like 6 yards because he got right in his face and caught the ball and he just like went right in with it. You're like, ah!
You're not helping your case.
Don't hate. He's fast.
This is pick 23.
In the second round. Chargers are about to make a selection. Pick is in. Now it's all about show, so it takes forever. Oh, shoot.
Trey Harris?
No. Guess who's coming out to make the pick? Former running back. Used to have really long dreads.
For who?
Chargers.
Oh, it says Trey Harris on the board.
Melvin Gordon was the runner. I'm talking about who came out to make the pick.
I'm just saying Trey Harris is the pick.
He's on the
screen.
I
liked it.
I like it too. Yeah, I think it fits the need. I think he'll be a decent number 2 option for them. And rest in peace, Quentin Johnson.
Yep.
So does Benny let his DC get a player here?
Ooh, he's fast.
Yeah, I hope so. Landon Jackson.
I like this. Oh, damn, he's got
What?
Breaking ankles and shit.
Trey Harris?
Yeah.
What team is he doing it against though? Because half his yards came in like 2 games last year versus like really bad schools.
He broke that dude's ankles.
It's probably versus one of those bad schools that you're watching right now.
Well, they showed a highlight against South Carolina too. Is that one of them bad schools?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Playing the SEC. Come on.
Okay, fine. They were better last year. They went 9-3 for once.
We almost beat some big teams last year.
We beat Ohio State, and
Guess
they
what?
were the national champions.
We almost beat Alabama, and we almost beat LSU.
Hey, almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Well, Sanders got hurt.
Sometimes atom bombs too.
You don't even have to be almost with an atom bomb.
Sometimes atom bombs too. All the time, atom bombs.
Chemical attacks. You don't have to be almost on the spot for a chemical attack. Sleeper slow. It just said the Trey Harris pick.
I like that pick.
So the Bears,
how's that? Where do you think he goes?
I'm calling Landon Jackson, but I'm also looking up the pick right now too to see if it's actually Landon Jackson. Nope. No, okay, never mind. That's an old one. Let's talk about Luther Burden still. Give me the latest. I don't want Luther Burden.
They need
defense.
They drafted another offensive player. It's another offensive player.
Oh, it's another offensive player? Running back?
No, offensive tackle. Ozzie Trapilo out of Boston College. His dad played on the Saints offensive line back in the day too.
They need to do whatever they can to keep Caleb up. The dude was running for his life last year.
I mean, he's not going to start though.
No, because they just rebuilt their entire offensive line.
But if so, he played right tackle at Boston College. So Braxton Jones is due free agency next year. If they think they can move Darnell Wright or Ozzie Trapilo to left tackle, then maybe it works out. But you got two guys that have really only played right tackle before to do that experiment with, I guess.
Yes, you're welcome to pine in on your opinion on these two.
Oh, my fantasy football bias comes into play a lot of times, and I'm trying to rate players. I'm not really seeing the Trey Harris pick. It is from a fantasy football perspective. That one doesn't do anything for me. The most recent fantasy football pick that I've been looking at that intrigues me is Terrence Ferguson with the Rams. I really like that pick as far as like a guy that's going to float totally under the radar in best ball and maybe a good dynasty pick late. I just think that's a good fit for him, and I'm still drooling over the Jaden Higgins pick for Houston to start us off here. That pick I love, man. That's a good fit, and I think teams try to shut down Collins so much. I think it's not like I think he's going to be number one on his own team, but he could be good enough to be a starter in your fantasy lineup more weeks than not.
Who was the other receiver that was hurt?
Tank Dell. I'm thinking that 2026, man, that team's going to be holy shit.
Dell's going to miss this year?
He's probably out all year, but we did trade for Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
I like Christian Kirk.
I do like the Christian Kirk. I like Christian Kirk as a good third wide receiver on the team. I think at this point in his career, but yeah, no, I was trying to handicap where Sanders goes too, because that seems to be a big theme here with him falling again past another quarterback, and Milroe is still out there, a guy that I think is going to be a good project quarterback for somebody.
Is Milroe just the next version of Anthony Richardson? Good runner, not such a good passer.
There's a lot of similarities.
There's
a lot of similarities.
Yeah, I think Milroe's got a little better arm though, as far as accuracy goes. I just think he doesn't really have a complete game yet. his game is very, very rudimentary at this point. But
Seth Rollins.
there's been some successful and some really bad quarterbacks that you could say the same thing about. I just think he's the kind of project guy that, in the right situation, could have some value and could have actually like that Joker play mentality early, while he's developing. Kid's got so much talent, but it's interesting to watch Sanders fall. I expected him to be gone by the early 40s, and here we are in the 50s, and he's still going. That's quite the scene. Hope he got a good return policy on all the jewelry.
Deion's got plenty of money.
The dollar sign is might be changing the dollar sign logo here.
So, okay, like I know you said you weren't too big on like Trey Harris for fantasy, but I also think like
Ozzie
let's just talk about it. But if you want to talk about like the impact of helping Justin Herbert for fantasy, I think it helps a lot more than it does Trey Harris.
I agree with that totally, because there really isn't much of another option. And teams, McConkey's the kind of guy that if you did game plan to slow him down, you could do it. But if you add another viable wide receiver to the mix, that kind of takes that away. I do like it for Herbert a lot.
I think he's a guy that'll be good for like best ball too, because he's like a deep down the field jump ball winner, and he's good in the red zone.
Yep, good point.
Trapilo.
Ozzie, like I said, his dad played in the his dad played on the Saints offensive line many moons ago too.
Dude, so. Seth Rollins, he's a Bears fan, so he was just talking mad shit to Green Bay, and he's like, I love Lambeau Field. You know why? Because the best NFC North quarterback, Caleb Williams, is undefeated in Lambeau Field.
Coach, who's the best edge?
It's not a lie.
I mean, Mike Green's probably still the best edge, but I don't think the Lions want to mess with the off the field stuff.
Yeah.
They could there's rumors that they do like Landon Jackson though out of Arkansas, 6'6", like 260-ish with good testing. I'm kind of surprised he's still available right now, honestly.
I'm actually getting rather excited that Green could fall all the way to my Chiefs here.
Although I do think Trey Amos would be a fun fit for the Lions too. Let's see. It says picks in. Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah, they didn't take a lot of time on the clock, so they knew who they wanted.
They probably knew who they wanted, I think.
Yeah.
But I'm not really seeing a name right now. It says the picks in, but I don't see a name online yet. Oh, this is a good one.
30 more minutes till
this is a Lions player though. Battles. Pete Ratledge, guard out of Georgia with the mullet.
Oh, the guy with the mullet. Yeah, I like him.
Tested extremely well too. Former, I believe, 4-star prospect or 4-star recruit out of high school.
We got 30 minutes, Coach.
Oh, it says the Lions traded up for this pick.
Oh, what'd they give up?
I don't know that part. All I see is that they traded up and then they selected him. So that's probably why they picked pretty quick.
Didn't Carolina have weren't they the last ones with that pick before the Lions traded for it?
Good question. Tate Ratledge was a former 5-star prospect out of high school. So it was the other guy. Can't remember his name. Dylan Fairchild. He was a 4-star. Georgia offensive line.
How often do these star ratings for high school players fail to work out?
Quite often.
Yeah.
But also a guy that was a 5-star, played to Georgia, played very well at Georgia, tested really well, and then goes in the first 2 rounds, there's a higher track record of that working out. But you can get the guy that's a 5-star out of, for every guy like that, there's a God, what the hell's that guy's name?
Nate Ratledge, dude, this guy's awesome.
Now Detroit did lose one of their guards, if I recall correctly.
Zeitler, they let Kevin Zeitler walked. He signed a 1-year contract with the Tennessee Titans.
But didn't Mahogany take his place in the lineup?
Yes, but they also do have some concerns about Glasnow because
of course this guy wears number 69.
Yeah, Glasnow. They have some concerns about Glasnow though, just because they don't think he's been as good in recent years too.
Well, you got to keep refreshing the line.
Well, you got 3 guys for 2 positions. Let the best 2 guys play.
Yes, and rotate so you keep them fresh.
Let's see.
Anybody know what they gave up to get that pick?
I am still trying.
Oh, he scored a 98. He had a 98 score.
Who?
Tate Ratledge.
98 on what?
I mean, that's just what they score him on next gen stats.
Oh, next gen. Okay.
So out of 100.
That's just grading then.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Well, it's an athleticism score out of 100.
Raiders picks already in. Yeah. They're excited about it.
I still can't find what the Lions gave up for that pick.
Who did they trade with?
Shador Sanders. Is it going to be Shador here?
Probably not.
Dude, on NFL right now, let's see what he is as a prospect. He's at 18. They have him. He's 18th best prospect. That's what NFL has him right now.
Who?
Shador.
Shador?
Okay. Yeah. 18th best.
Well, they're saying Siobhan Revelle is the best fit.
So what I can find so far for this pick for the Raiders is Jack Besh.
Oh, that'd be a nice fit.
I like that.
Which is okay. Hold on. No. It's weird because Bowers is a slot, Jacoby Myers is a slot, Jack Besh is a slot. So they're just gonna play like all the slots on the field at once.
They're gonna have a bunch of slot receivers all going at once.
Well, it can work.
Does he have speed? No. Does Besh have speed?
No, he started his career. His freshman year at LSU, he played tight end.
Okay.
He's like a tweener between the wide receiver. He's a big slot, is what he is. He's kind of like he's almost like he's Brock Bowers, but lighter. But
and they have Michael Mayer.
Well, it sounds like they're going to trade Mayer.
Yeah, he'll be gone.
But I don't know. It's really weird because like if you have all those slot guys, you can move them around with a lot of motion and stuff like that, which make a lot of sense. But the problem is Chip Kelly's the offensive coordinator, and I don't think he's going to use that much motion. So
they need a speed guy. They need somebody that can take the top off.
Yeah, because they got Trey Tucker, and that's it. And Trey Tucker not good. Not a good NFL wide receiver. You gotta be very clear there.
Yeah, I don't know. Anybody that's in the NFL is a good player.
They're a good player, but that doesn't mean they're a good NFL player.
I see Mike Green going here.
Maybe this is one of the teams that's like right now off the field things like Baltimore, Pittsburgh, teams like that, they can deal with it.
And the Chiefs have taken a chance on guys that were head cases too. So
let's see. Otherwise, let's see. They drafted Malachi Starks already, so I don't think they have to go corner. That one, they could go guard still. I don't think they go defensive tackle here. I don't think there's a clear guy. Edge would make sense. So you got Mike Green, and then who else would be towards the top? There's somebody else. Landon Jackson's up there, but they won't take Landon Jackson in their scheme. God, who else is up there? Please tell me they don't. I don't think the Ravens would do it, but Princely Umanmielen out of Ole Miss, like he could fit the scheme, but I don't think he's worth a second round pick.
Dick is in. But I never get it before you do, Craig.
Yeah, let me see what I can find.
Craig, where do you live?
Wisconsin. So the Ravens are indeed selecting pass rusher out of Marshall, Mike Green at 59. He led the nation with 17.5 sacks last year. Obviously, there are some allegations off the field dating back to high school. So dating back to high school, there was one that was supposedly like a stalking allegation. And then there was one that may or may not have been a sexual assault one when he at his time at Virginia. Virginia was very, very hush-hush about it. Although they did end up suspending him and he ended up transferring away to Marshall, obviously. He at the combine addressed some of the stuff, like saying, hey, this is kind of what the situation was. But like these were allegations, nothing ever came to fruition. Obviously, these teams have a lot of different things impacting and playing. Some of them probably hired, even private investigators to look into it more.
I'm sure you don't invest $1 million in a person without checking them out.
But he's very,
what is the slot for where he's drafted? The salary slot.
So let's see, that would be 59. I'd have to look, but probably not that much.
Well, it's 4 years, so you add it all up, it's probably close to $1 million. Signing bonus and everything.
And let me go back to last year's draft and look and see who was 59 and kind of what they got.
Okay. And positions do matter a little bit.
A little bit, but there's only so much per slot that you're allowed to give guys to.
Yep.
I know. I'm sure Tip is pretty happy about that.
Detroit, Denver swapped a 7th and a 4th and a 60th and a 57th. Now, I don't know who got what.
Blake Fisher. So Blake Fisher for the Texans went 59 last year. Spot right.
And whatever he got, it'll be a little bit more this year because there's always.
Yeah, I mean, you got a little bit there, but kind of a baseline at least.
Yep. Gives us an idea.
So let's see.
I'm just assuming his second round pick is going to be at least $1 million for the total.
Yeah, contract. So Blake Fisher that drafted at 59 last year, his 4-year contract is worth a total of about $6.6 million.
Okay, so even
a little over a year and a little over $1.5 million a year. It starts out. His base year was about 800,000, 1.1, 1.4, 1.7,
and a signing bonus.
Yeah, let's see what the signing.
Because if it's 6.6.
Oh, 3.5 was guaranteed at signing.
Okay.
So a little over half.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
Still, good money if you can get it.
Yeah, but if they have some of those off the field concerns, they could also write parts of it into signing bonus to make less of a signing bonus and whatnot too.
Yeah. What these kids, they look at what other people make and they don't realize that just signing that first contract changes their entire life if they're smart with the money.
Yep. Yeah, unfortunately.
You put $1 million into a 401k or into a mutual funds, a set of mutual funds, and you don't touch it. And you're set for the rest of your life because you're going to be making $100,000 a year off interest. From $1 million, the market average is about 10% growth per year. So $1 million, I've always said, if you get $3 million, you put that in, you never have to work again. You just suck it up for 1 year. But every one of these guys should have a financial advisor.
They should.
Everyone should.
They should, but in past years too, there's a thing here too with that. A lot of these guys have hired financial advisors, and a lot of them have essentially
been ripped off.
Scoundrels.
Essentially, misappropriated the funds that they were.
Yeah, they've been ripped off. Okay, so I understand that, but the NFL should protect them by getting ethical financial advisors and giving them advice because, frankly, like I say, you get a $3 million signing bonus plus your salary. You live on your salary. You put the signing bonus into a mutual fund. you're covered for life.
Yep.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah, and sadly, a lot of guys in the NFL, they go bankrupt like 5 years within retirement. And a lot of it is like a lot of these guys didn't grow up with money. They don't know how to deal with having money. And they also they buy themselves a car, they buy themselves a house, they buy mom a car, they buy mom a house. And then Uncle
I
Chip
know.
that I haven't heard from in 6 years, like, hey, can I get 20 grand? And then this guy and this guy. And
I agree.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is just $3 million sets you up for life.
It can. But
and I tell all young people I meet, you can be a millionaire in America if you start when you're 18. You put 10 to 15% of your salary into a 401k, and 40 years later you'll be a millionaire. Maybe before then. Compound interest is a wonderful thing. People just don't understand it.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So we already got the Ravens, although it's not popping up on the screen yet. That's my green. We already know that. So Broncos are up again, which
I see it's RJ Harvey
for the Broncos.
Yeah.
No, for the Ravens.
The Broncos. The Ravens is Mike Green. Mike Green is suits the
RJ Harvey.
Just like you said, Craig, they took Green.
Yeah. No, that's what Twitter was saying. So, but if it's RJ Harvey, it's kind of interesting. I think that could be a Sean Payton pick, honestly. You want to hear the crazy part about RJ Harvey? He started off his college career. He started off his college career at Virginia as a quarterback, right? He ended up at Central Florida as a running back. His draft measurables. His height. His height for the draft is about 5'8.5". He went to Virginia as a quarterback at 5'8.5".
Okay.
It's crazy because that's super short for a quarterback, first of all.
Well, it is, but there have been short. I mean, Muggsy Bogues in basketball.
Yeah, but there's not many sub 5'9" quarterbacks in even college football.
There's not a lot of 6 foot quarterbacks.
Bryce Young was 5'10".
I don't think so, dude. There's no way he's 5'10". You can't even see over his line.
Well, his line is 6'7".
Yeah, I understand that, but you're backing up. You still can't see over it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you don't see 5'8.5" at quarterback, so it's just kind of interesting that he started off at quarterback when he was that
like a Taysom Hill-esque style of player. Then
no,
my high school quarterback was 5'6".
Yeah,
but we ran a triple option offense, and he could run. He was quick.
Yeah. So no, RJ Harvey though, back 1,000+ rushing yards seasons at Central Florida. Obviously, technically both those were in the Big 12 both years. I think he's already 24 though. Obviously, like I said, he started off at quarterback, had the extra year, COVID year like that too. He had one ACL surgery though. Came back from that, looked all right. He's got decent speed. He's decent vision.
4.4, 4.5.
He's low 4.4s.
Okay.
Sometimes he likes to bounce things to the outside a little bit too much. He was like probably my running back 12, so this is a little early for me personally, but it's not a bad scheme fit. He can catch the ball out of the backfield, but he needs to work very, very, very hard in pass protection because he ain't got that yet.
Well, he's small. It's going to be hard for him to pick things up. Although I will tell you, Warwick Dunn was a small back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was short and skinny. And I remember asking I had press credentials to the Falcons. And I remember asking Tony Dungy at the press meeting after a game, Warwick had picked up a blitz, just stoned a linebacker in the third quarter. And I said, Tony, are you surprised that Warwick was able to pick up a blitz like that and give your quarterback time to make the throw? Dungy's answer was, nothing Warwick done surprises me anymore.
Yeah, well, he was really good at his angles and pass protection because that's half of what it is. Like, you just have to know where to be and where to hit the guy right.
Yeah.
I like that they had a running back come out and announce a running back. They had Monte Ball come out.
5'8" and 205. Now, back in the day, there were a couple running backs that were 5'9" and 203 and 5'9" and 205 named Barry Sanders and Curtis Martin. So the size is okay in the NFL.
It is. He probably plays closer to 200, though. The 205 was a little bit of bulk up prior to the draft.
It wasn't done like 188.
Good question. I'll have to look.
So I got the next pick if you want to hear it. I got Washington's pick.
Oh, please.
Trey Amos.
That's a great pick.
I thought so too when I saw it. I went, ooh.
He should be a first-round pick, but I'm not going to go there right
now.
No,
go there. Explain why he's not.
Explain why he's not? I don't know why he's not. Honestly, he tested well. He played awesome at Ole Miss.
Did he have character issues?
No.
No character issues?
Maybe. Well, he played good at Louisiana. He went to Alabama. He didn't play at Alabama, but it's also because they had Kool-Aid McKinstry, they had Tyrion Arnold, and somebody else had him. So then he transferred to Ole Miss, and he balled out this year. Great man-to-man corner.
See, I don't know that Tyrion Arnold is all that and then some, and he's a Lion.
He played really good at Alabama.
Okay.
And
in Detroit,
Saban loved Tyrion Arnold, and
great pick.
But you have to remember that Saban went out of his way to recruit Tyrion Arnold. He started him for 2 years there. He really liked him. Like, he pushed him like really hard to get to where he was because he really liked him. And then Trey Amos transferred in from Louisiana, and Arnold had already been there, and Kool-Aid had already been there. So it was just kind of like,
well, Kool-Aid was a great corner.
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yeah.
Well, it's like those two guys were already there. And like Malachi Moore, who's in this draft, is a safety. I think he played a little bit of slot too at times too. And he started like as a freshman. So like they had this kind of group of nucleus there, and it's like Amos came in late and they just never gave him the opportunity. So then he went to Ole Miss and he balled out there. So although with Washington, when you think Dan Quinn, you think more of like off cover 3, like Seattle scheme and stuff. And Trey Amos is more man-to-man corner is probably where he's better. So it's a weird scheme fit.
I was, big Chiefs fan. Big Chiefs fan.
Is Amos a return guy too?
No.
Okay.
Amos was a guy that I was hoping would fall to my Chiefs here in the second.
I've had him mocked as high as 14 to the Colts. I've had him mocked, the end of the first round of the Chiefs. Like, he would have been a great Colts fit. But
yes,
they didn't do it. Well, and that was also before they signed Charvarius Ward too. So when I had that in the initial one.
So the next pick is on this. It's on this board right here.
On the board.
So the Bears take somebody on this board.
The Bears?
Well, I don't think they took Sanders.
So if it's the Bears taking somebody on this board, it's probably Darius Alexander.
Yeah. I don't know. Their offensive line is not young. Might have been Wilson. I'm not getting anything from you, JC. I'm trying to read your face.
Okay. Back to Work done real quick, though. Work done was 176 pounds at his pre-draft measurables.
I think he played at 188, though. I think he did.
He played. They have him. Wikipedia has him listed as playing as at 180.
180. Okay.
So. Let me see if NFL Reference has a higher number at all, or Pro Football Reference. They have him at 180 as 180 as well.
He was a tiny guy.
He was tiny, but he definitely for his 180 pounds, most of it was kind of in like his legs.
Oh, he was a very talented back. Didn't he play at Florida State? College?
Yep.
Yeah. JC, tell us.
Well, I would say that Coach picked the right position.
Defensive tackle,
Wrong
but you
player.
didn't say the right
Wait,
player.
who's on the board other than Darius Alexander?
Shamar.
Oh, Shamar Turner.
Yeah.
He's an interesting guy too. Like that actually makes some sense too. He was another one of those Texas A&M guys that Jimbo Fisher wasted their talent on. Jimbo Fisher can recruit. I don't know how he recruits all these guys because he can recruit all these high-end guys, right? And then they go to Texas A&M and they do nothing. Like you just like they get there and you just zap their powers, like like you're watching Space Jam and the monsters took all their powers and they can't play now. So, but Turner missed a lot of this year with injury too. He should be a decent, good against the run defensive tackle pretty much.
So the next pick is Kansas City. What are you hoping for, Dennis?
Well, I was hoping for Trey Amos, but here's a situation where it's not the most serious need for them, but I could see him go running back here. There's some talent left on the board at running back that has gone farther
Caleb
down.
Johnson.
I like Caleb Johnson as well. And I think it might be a little early, but I kind of like Tootin in a Chiefs uniform with his versatility.
But Isaiah is still the man there, right?
But Tootin would be a good counterpoint to Pacheco.
Yeah.
But I think that's a little early here. I think he can fall another round. But
which player did you say initially?
Caleb Johnson.
I like Caleb Johnson, but I also like Bashal Tootin here. Is to the
Chiefs. It's early for Tootin for me. I think
for Tootin, but
I think he's a day 3 guy.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them go back and look at a cornerback here either.
They could try Shavon Ruel. They don't have to play him right away coming off ACL. Super freak athlete.
Yep. And that's what the Chiefs like too. They're not afraid of going, with sort of the project player type.
Yeah. I mean, if he gets back to what he was pre-injury, athleticism wise, bigger corner that has speed and can stick on guys. His problem is like sometimes like the guy like he'll get beat on double moves. He'll get beat on like they look like they're running in and out, and then all of a sudden they come back with a hitch, and he just keeps running.
Who else is on the board at cornerback still that you kind of like?
Darian Porter's there out of Iowa State, super freak athlete, former wide receiver, mainly played special teams. He started 9 games in his career at corner, and they were all this year, and he's already 24. And he has tackling concerns, so probably Spagnuolo's not going to draft a guy that can't tackle. I can guarantee you that.
No.
So especially like in defensive backs. So there's that.
Like
Kobe
Darian
Bryant
Porter.
out of Kansas.
How about interior line on offense?
Interior offensive line.
A guard, good solid guard. Anybody on the board that really excites you?
I don't think so right now. I think all the guys that are at guards are kind of like projects now. Like Wyatt Milam out of West Virginia going down from tackle to guard. I don't think he's a good scheme fit either.
Gotcha.
Marcus Embo. This is Omar Nurmalat. This is a Chiefs pick though. He is. A lot of people hyped him up. Like he was getting hyped where he was going to be like borderline first, second round pick. I never believed that. He played less than 400 snaps at Tennessee last year. They just rotate their guys in like hockey lines pretty much. He's a 3 tech that can only he's a 3 tech that can only rush the passer at this point in time. He's useless against the run. So like you put whoever you want to say your big guy is that stuffs to run next to Chris Jones like every year.
Yeah.
And then you take that guy out on 3rd downs and you put him in.
So at guard, I've got Embo.
Yeah, Marcus Embo.
Frazier, Miles Frazier, and Wyatt Milam.
Yeah,
and Dylan Fairchild out of Georgia.
Yep. So out of those names, Miles Frazier is by far the most ready, in my opinion.
A rush specialist fits with the Chiefs, though. That's a good fit for what the Chiefs needed.
Mm-hmm. And, putting him next to Chris Jones and learning from him could actually be a really good thing for him. I think, maybe when Chris Jones first got there, he was more of a pass rush guy too. He was a little more developed along the way, though, at least.
Yeah.
Obviously coming out of
Ronnie probably likes that pick.
Pardon me?
Said Ronnie probably likes that pick. He's a Tennessee volunteer.
Oh, yeah. I forgot he likes them. The Eagles now. The picks in. The Eagles could go anywhere, honestly. Darius Alex, I would not be surprised.
Receiver, probably.
No, I don't think they take. They might like Jalen Knoll, though. That would make some sense. Like I have them mock taking Jalen Lane out of Virginia Tech late, just kind of as a return specialist, and maybe develops into something more. I think they might like Darius Alexander here to replace like Williams. What?
So I got the pick if you want it.
Do you?
The safety.
Ooh, Andrew Makuba. That's a good pick. So they have concerns at safety. Obviously, they traded CJ Gardner-Johnson away. A lot of people thought Sidney Brown might step up. I think he tore his ACL late in the year, though.
Andrew Makuba is listed as my 4th-ranked safety.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Kevin Winston Jr.
Oh, that was listed available?
Yeah.
Oh, he's my 4th safety overall. Xavier Watts would probably be ahead of him.
Well, he's got Watson. He's got Winston Jr., Watts, and Sanker.
I'm not as high on Sanker, and Winston's coming off a year where he played like 2 games because he got hurt.
Yeah, but he played at Penn State.
He's a good player, but he also missed most of the year.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what the injury was, though, so I think there could be some injury concerns there. I think he's a guy that he'll probably go into round 3, early round 4, just because of the injury concerns.
But because of the talent, he'll go that high.
Yeah. But I'm kind of surprised. I'm a little surprised Makuba went before Xavier Watts, but not that shocked either. Makuba's a good player. He played at Clemson and then he transferred over to Texas. He's played.
Ooh, Clemson.
He's played well at both schools, though. He's actually like Jahdae Barron played safety the year prior, and he moved over to corner slot, whatever you want to call it, because Makuba came in.
Talk to me about Jordan Birch.
Jordan Birch, he's a weird player.
How so?
So he played like 3-4, like outside linebacker, edge, whatever you want to call it, at Oregon, and he's like 270 plus pounds, but he's pretty athletic at that size. But I have no idea where he plays at the NFL level. Like he's probably like a base 3-4 end, maybe, or a base 4-3 end. But I don't know if he has the play strength. He's kind of a project, really. He's like this guy that he's a weird body type and a weird guy, but he's a functional athlete, but he's not strong enough to play 4-3 D end right now.
Functional athlete.
If you had to pick him or Josiah Stewart, who would you take?
It all depends on what type of team you got, though, too, because they're probably Birch, I guess, because Stewart's just so tiny. They did work okay with James Houston for a little while, so maybe Stewart could play that way. I don't know. Stewart just feels more like a team that plays like the 3-4 outside linebacker edge rusher.
Yeah.
So like a Tennessee would be a good. Well, Tennessee just took somebody already, but like Tennessee, Chargers, obviously
Andrew
Ravens, like Green Bay Ghosts, teams like that. I forgot Makuba was sub 190. That is a little bit of a concern for safety.
He's 5'11".
Dang, look at this guy's mustache. Bo Allen.
Oh, Bo Allen?
Yeah,
former
dude, he's got this
offensive lineman?
long ass dude. He looks like a legit guy from the 70s. This guy he would be playing the guitar, like acoustic
he's
guitar,
crazy,
long hair with a big handlebar mustache.
You ever if you ever watch like some of those Jason Kelsey podcasts and stuff like that, listen to him talk about Bo Allen. It's hilarious. Bo Allen, he got so drunk the one night that Bo Allen literally put him on his back and carried him home. Jason Kelsey at like 275 pounds, we'll call it.
It's funny.
So Giants pick number 1 of round 3. So the Giants so far have selected, let's see, Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart. They still need a wide receiver. It should not be Jalen Noel, though. They need kind of a bigger body wide receiver.
It's already in.
Okay, who you got?
Defensive lineman.
Defensive lineman? And I'm assuming it's not Darius Alexander.
It is Darius Alexander.
Oh, that's nice. That's cool. I'd take that. 3rd round, that's good value. I just didn't think he'd be like a scheme fit for them, but take the value. Take the value.
I think that's
how much do the schemes change when the coaching staffs change?
A decent amount.
I mean, because the players are already there.
Mm-hmm.
So do the coaches adjust, or do the players have to learn a new scheme?
It depends on the situation, I think, too, a lot of times. Because, like, sometimes you'll have, like, a defensive coordinator come over that typically is, like, 3-4, but they're, like, so set up in 4-3 that they kind of just adjust a little bit there, too. I'm trying to remember the good example of that. There was one a couple years back that was pretty set like that. As the NFL draft now enters the 3rd round, Shedeur Sanders remains undrafted and on the board. Thank you, Adam Schefter.
Gee,
yeah, nobody knew that. Nobody realized that.
I think you kept it obvious. Yeah, we only had 11. We only had 11 skill position players taken again in the 2nd round. So right now, on a fantasy football standpoint, boy, there's still a lot of guys who are going to fill some slots at running back, especially, that I think are going to be very interesting here going forward. So you only have 3 quarterbacks off the block, 5 running backs off the block, 8 wide receivers, and 5 tight ends. Coach, is this the round that Fannin goes as far as the next tight end?
It's hard because I've had him mocked like between round 3 and round 4. He obviously had elite college production that nobody's ever seen because it was at the but like, it's at Bowling Green. Bowling Green, okay, so I'm not sure how many of you out there might know it. You know, the 3 of you and anybody else that's listening, Bowling Green did have another tight end a couple of years back named Quentin Morris. He's on the Buffalo Bills now, went undrafted.
Yep.
I really liked him coming out of Bowling Green, but he had a lot of production there too. Obviously, was not the same level of Harold Fannin Jr., but he was at least a bigger body guy and an effort blocker. And Harold Fannin just, you need some more in terms of blocking out of him, and he probably still needs to gain at least 6 pounds.
I just thought he might be a system fit for somebody who really wasn't caring about the blocking aspect of the game.
Like, if he goes to Miami, if he goes to Miami and learns from like Jonnu Smith for a year or two,
that's the kind of, again, don't expect him to have instant success, but he's an intriguing player. And I gotta believe that this is the round we start to see some of those running backs go off the board.
Round 4.
This is
round 3.
Round 3. This is, I think we're going to get to see. We might double up. We've had 5 running backs taken. I wouldn't be shocked to see 4 or 5 go this round.
Here you go, Gunnar Helm.
Yeah, they were just doing salute to service right there. So,
does Kansas City have? I mean, is Noah Gray the answer, or do they want to get a better tight end?
They got Wiley that was hurt.
What?
They have Wiley who was hurt all last year that they kind of were pretty high on last year.
He tore his ACL, right?
Yeah. He's supposed to come back
early in the year, I think.
It was training camp.
Yeah.
So he's a guy that they thought pretty highly of, but
he's probably better as a blocker, at least early on.
Yep.
I just read that Gunnar Helm set the Texas receiving record for tight ends. But it seems like 2024 was his only really good year.
Funny. They set up this whole draft room for Shador.
There's no way he would have gone. There's no way he would have gone to Green Bay for the draft if he knew this was going to happen.
Ooh.
But it just tells you those interviews are important, man.
Oh yeah, they are.
They're very important.
But like Shador didn't go to the draft. He just stayed at Daddy's house.
Oh, did he? I thought he went to the draft.
No, he stayed at his dad's house. They built him a whole little room. They built a whole room for him.
Maybe they knew this was going to happen. The Browns still didn't take a quarterback, right?
Yeah, this is where you take him, I think.
Yeah,
you could now. Like there's
you
don't.
great.
Now it's at this point. It's like third round. Take a shot.
If the Browns don't take him here, where does he go?
Raiders are up next.
Yeah, that's a good fix.
New Orleans is sitting there at 71.
There, he took Tyler Shuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe
just
they go
quarterbacks.
Yeah, but
they have a quarter. Like, they have the other quarterbacks.
So the thing is, like, Tom Brady said they want to draft a quarterback to bring in and develop. I know the Raiders have had talks with Shador. I know they like Jalen Milroe a lot, and I also know they like Dylan Gabriel a lot.
I like Dylan Gabriel a lot.
Me too. But he's short.
Yeah, I know. So was Marcus Mariota.
Marcus Mariota was like 6'4".
What? He looks way shorter than that.
I guarantee you he's like 6'4".
Man, then he just looks really short on TV. Because he looks short as hell.
Sounds like a line out of Smokey. It sounds like a line out of Smokey and the
He's 6'4", 222.
Wow, dude, he looks so short on TV. It's crazy.
I've seen a lot of Quinn on the radio. I've seen a lot of Quinn Ewers on YouTube. Is he going anywhere?
Not soon.
Fifth, sixth round?
He never should have cut his hair.
So JC keeps saying that, but it's like he wasn't even that good before he cut his hair. So,
oh man, he was a huge hype coming out of high school.
Yeah, he was like a 10.0 recruit. He was the first one ever.
And then he cut his hair.
All right, Coach, tell me about this guy, my Chiefs guy. I'm not that familiar with him.
Ashton Gelati, he's probably a guy that should have gone in the fifth.
That's
he's a bigger body edge. He had production at Louisville. I don't know,
is he fast enough to play special teams and
probably not
in the NFL? No, okay.
I think he weighed in at like 273.
Yeah, he's a big boy. That's right. I'm looking at the stats, but sometimes
6'3", 264 here on the screen, but
264
with this.
That's what's on the screen.
With the crazy new kickoff.
I think he played right around 2. I think he played around 270 at Louisville, though.
Okay. See, I was thinking with the crazy kickoff schemes you got now in the NFL, would a big guy if he can move?
Yeah, I mean,
into special teams work. I mean, and give you a little more flexibility with more depth.
Landon Jackson's still on the board. Why wouldn't you just take him?
Yeah, I didn't understand the move myself. I was hoping you had better news for me.
No, I don't. He produced in college, but he's not like. I don't know.
Now I'm even more worried because CBS.com is giving him an A- grade.
They're giving him an A- grade for making that pick?
Yeah, they're giving him an A- grade, and I never trust the CBS. I like the way they cover the draft as far as the layout, but their grades are hideous. It's like when you get a grade on your fantasy team on Yahoo. That's time to start worrying.
Well, I don't know. We have ESPN up on the screen, right? Or is that NFL?
I can pull CBS up too if you want me to.
No. I was just saying, whatever site this is, they had him as like the 17th edge rusher and 103 on the board.
Yeah.
Which would have been like a 4th round pick. I think I had him in the 5th round. I know there's like some sites that like him a little bit more. Like he did produce, but it's not like I don't think he has any high end traits that are going to translate. Hey, there's Harold Fannin Jr. The Browns. Okay. That makes some sense too. Put a guy next to Njoku. And the Browns are a team that might actually use a fullback kind of. So maybe they just put him out there as like a kind of a fullback at times.
H-back.
Yeah.
I do like that pick. That kid intrigues me. He's not the usual, but there's, again, not saying he's a can't miss prospect, but he's a project type guy that could emerge as a decent pass receiver in the red zone, maybe.
Mm-hmm. He's interesting. It just depends on how they all use him.
Yeah.
If they get creative enough. The Raiders here, like they have best fit here is Kevin Winston Jr. I think it's Xavier Watts, honestly, though. They need a safety. They need a safety because their starting safeties are not good. I'm trying to remember. Oh, God, because Trayvon Morig left. Polu Mo or whatever is starting, and somebody else that's not good. Like, it's bad. It's really bad. So
the Ravens' whole defense was bad, wasn't it?
Mostly. I mean, Max Crosby's obviously good. Christian Wilkins got hurt and missed most of the year. Robert Spillane's a really good linebacker, but next to
but I mean the defense as a whole was very bad last year, right?
Yeah, they have pieces that could be all right, but like the guys that aren't all right brought the defense down so bad.
Yeah. They just seem to not have a very good scheme to do anything last year.
Took a corner.
He took corner? Darian Porter.
A big corner, 6'3" corner.
Yeah, so he's the former wide receiver convert out of Iowa State, tested really good. I think he was like a all-state hurdler in high school too. He has a lot of special teams experience. 9 starts, I think it's like 9 starts at corner though in like 6 years. But he started his career at wide receiver for like 3 years, then played special teams for 2 years at corner, and then started like 9 games as a senior.
And he's the one that said 26 or 25.
Say that again?
He's
24 already.
24, okay.
Yeah. He'd probably be, I think he'd be 25 by the start of the year. So
Darian Porter.
I'm telling you, somebody does not like Sanders.
Yeah, well, somewhere up in heaven or hell or wherever you think Al Davis went, he's smiling for that Darian Porter pick because that is a fast guy. The guy that Darian Porter gets comped to a lot now is Tariq Woolen, but just because they were both former wide receivers converted to corners that have length and tested well, but he doesn't really have kind of what Woolen had.
Quick pick for the Pats.
It could be offensive line, maybe.
How about a wide receiver here?
Could be wide receiver. Could be. They got safety up there too. Could be Xavier Watts. Let me see if I can find it.
Is ISU Iowa State or Indiana State?
Iowa State.
Iowa State. Yeah.
Yep. Iowa State does have some good players this year, though.
They already had a wide receiver from Iowa State. Right?
It is a wide receiver. Kyle Williams, Washington State. That is a big play target down the field, at least. Like, he's a guy with some speed. He's a guy that's more of a vertical slot, probably, but I think I want to see he had like 19 yards per catch last year at Washington State.
They're really trying to help Drake May.
Yep. But it makes sense. They don't really have a deep threat. You know?
John Cena.
If they look at the guys that are on that team, they don't have a deep threat. They have Stephon Diggs, who coming off ACL. And then
he was a deep threat.
Yeah, like 4 years ago.
When he was healthy, yeah.
4 years ago.
Yeah.
But now he's 31 or 32 and has the ACL. And then
I wish they would put their 40 times in here.
Yeah, Kyle. Let me find Kyle Williams again. 440 time. It's like low 4.4s, maybe high 4.3s.
High 4.3s is really fast.
It's it's either high 4.3s or low 4.4s. Where the heck did he go? 4.4 flat.
That's pretty fast.
Yep, and 40.
If you can carry the pads, that's really fast.
Yeah, he plays fast too.
Okay.
He had a good Senior Bowl week. And I want to see he averaged like 19 yards a catch at Washington State this year.
Wow.
You know, I watched the college game, and every play you see a receiver running wide open. Even against good defenses, there's always somebody running wide open.
Oh, he averaged 17.1 yards per catch on 70 catches this year for almost 1,200 yards and 14 touchdowns.
It's a pretty good year. Pretty damn good year.
Well, especially at Washington State where your quarterback play was I guess Mateer played all right.
I think they're doing pretty good. Patriots are doing pretty good.
My Lions are on the clock.
So let's see.
They still need an edge.
Yeah. Landon Jackson's still there.
Yeah. And you like him.
I think he has a lot of upside. He's continuously gotten better.
Is he a power rush or a finesse rush?
Kind of like in between. You know, he's a bigger guy. He's like 6'6". Oh, are you kidding? They drafted an Arkansas guy, but it was this guy should not go in the third round, by the way. He tested really well, but he has like not much production.
He goes, "Are you kidding?" Trusting Brad Holmes, right? Trusting Brad Holmes.
He is from Michigan. Greg,
I trust Brad.
The good news,
Brad, we trust.
He is from Michigan.
What this kid does.
He's from Michigan, though. Isaac Tesla is from Michigan. He went
Where at?
Oh, I gotta look at the city, but I know he went to D2 college. It's over by Holland. Let me look it up.
Holland always has a tulip festival.
Yeah, I've been there.
You've been there?
He went to Hillsdale College.
Hillsdale.
Oh, who's the kicker who went to Hillsdale? I think it was a Packers kicker for years.
Crosby?
No, I don't think it was Crosby.
Crosby went to Colorado.
I said I don't think it was Crosby.
Oh, I was telling that was to JC, not to you.
No.
But so Tesla is from Hudsonville, Michigan.
Okay, I'm not sure where that is.
At least that's where he was born.
Only 62 receptions at Arkansas in 25 games. Ew.
Yeah, he was but here's the thing: he tested extremely well. So he's just a shade under 6'4".
He's Tim Patrick.
214, 4.43 40 time. Short shuttle 405, which is really good. 3 cone under is sub 7, really good. Vertical jump was 39.5. Broad jump was
his hands.
I don't know. I haven't seen enough of him. I haven't seen enough targets out of him at the D1 level. Hands, you know.
Yeah.
Like so he went to the Hula Bowl. He played really well at the Hula Bowl. He got bumped up to the Senior Bowl during Senior Bowl week, and he looked the part, at least versus those guys, where he wasn't out of place. But he's still a guy I probably would expect to be like a 5th round pick. But if you like him enough, I wonder if he had a 30 visit with the Lions or not, though, because but the Lions usually do like a local Michigan pro day too, like guys that are from Michigan originally.
Yeah.
If you know who Trevor Nowaski is that played linebacker for them this year?
The name's familiar, but
So he went to Saginaw Valley State. I interviewed him a couple of years back
Yeah.
when he was coming out. He was undrafted free agent out of there, D2 kid. He went to their local like Detroit Pro Day, and that's kind of where they found him pretty much. He tested really well though, but he was a D2 kid. His dad had a cup of coffee. Nowoski, his dad had a cup of coffee with the Browns practice squad once upon a time as like a defensive lineman though.
Kowalski make the team?
What?
Did Kowalski?
Yeah, he played a decent amount of snaps for the Lions last year at linebacker because all the other guys got hurt.
Did he also play on special teams? Linebackers often play on special teams.
Yeah, he played special teams.
Yeah.
He played everything. Like in college, I think in college they moved him back and forth between like edge rusher and linebacker though.
Defensive tackle is the next pick
for the Saints.
Yep.
I'm trying to think who's left. Ooh, there's a lot of defensive tackles left though too. But who would they like? They probably want somebody bigger. Jamari Codwell?
Nope.
Joshua Farmer?
Nope.
Walker out of Kentucky?
No.
I don't even think Deion Walker's probably not even going to get drafted, honestly. He has major medical back concerns.
Okay.
He has
Ty Robinson?
Nope.
Ty Robinson's not a scheme fit there. I think.
Pegwes?
JJ Pegues.
Pegues, sorry. Yeah.
He's a fullback too. I think I can see the
Broughton, Texas getting a lot of players picked. Vernon Broughton.
That's who they took.
Is it?
Yeah.
Your reactions are my favorite.
I knew it would be a run stuffer, but I'm like, yeah. Like, just give me Jamari Codwell. That dude's a fun story too. He was a walk-on at JUCO, and then got to Oregon and is going to get drafted.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They say that. I'm looking at Hemingway. Sorry,
Tonka. He's a South Carolina guy.
Yeah.
He may or may not get drafted. I'm leaning on the side that he doesn't get drafted. Tonka.
The way things are going.
Brown's 3'11". He's a tall DT, 6'5". That's some good length.
Yeah, he probably needs to bulk up a little more though.
Jets continue to attack.
For the role they want him to play, at least. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. The 64 grade bothers me a little bit.
I think we're going to get a trade here.
Tesla?
For Broughton.
Oh, yeah. Like
I think
I
think
think I had him
get a trade.
6th round, honestly.
Pardon me?
I think I had Broughton in like the 5th or 6th round, honestly. But this is the parts of the draft where it's like you'll start to see like some of the guys that I might have like going in the 5th round, like if a team really likes them, go like 2 rounds earlier.
Well, everybody's list is different. Yep. Every team has their own list.
Yep.
They have their own things that they look for.
Start fitting needs.
But I got to tell you, Shedeur Sanders has got to be a lesson for future players. Take those interviews seriously, man. All of them. Show nothing but great attitude in those interviews. Because this is costing him millions of dollars.
It's funny how before the combine, he was talking about the limit of which teams he would want to play for.
That's a mistake.
As if he was in that much demand. And I just think that backfired on him big time.
I think that was a lot of a Deion thing, but okay. There's Landon Jackson finally. That's a good scheme fit for the Bills too, though. Yeah. But I want to say when you talk about like Deion, like if you hear the stories when Deion was coming out, right?
Yeah.
The Giants wanted to interview him or have him work out for like 7. They wanted him to do something because he goes, "Where are you picking?" And they say 7. He's like, "It's not worth my time." That's literally what he told them.
Yep.
He was right, but because he, went way ahead of there, but still.
He couldn't have gone way. There were only 6 picks ahead of there.
Well, he went. So let's see. what was it? It was Aikman, Mandarich, Barry, and then Dion, I think was the order.
Coach, why did Jackson drop into the third here?
I don't know. Like I think he was always like a second round pick to me. And this is early third still. So it's like a little bit of a slide, but
he seemed to just explode off the ball. Like he was a quick guy.
I think Jets got a corner. Jets are taking a corner.
I could see wide receiver or defensive tackle.
I'm telling you what they took.
Or they take a running back and just take this off. Oh, they did take. You're telling me they did take a corner?
They take a Ravel?
No.
Kobe Bryant.
No.
Let's see.
Azariah
Thomas. Yeah. Maybe it's he's slow.
He's Florida State. He's got a good pedigree.
But he's slow.
That's your reactions are the best.
4.58 for a corner. That doesn't usually end. I don't know. Like
play a zone scheme?
What?
Do the Jets play a zone scheme?
Recently they have, but Aaron Glenn's coming over now, so you might see a little bit more hybrid. I don't know. I just you see 4.58 next to corner and you start to question things.
Yeah.
And he was really, really hyped up going into the Senior Bowl, and I like watched the Senior Bowl practices and like his one-on-one stuff, and I'm just like, this guy, like people were talking about him as a borderline first-round pick. I'm like, how? Because he got beat by like almost all the wide receivers he went against that week. I'm just like,
they were all faster than him.
Yeah, because it was like Kyle Williams, and then Jack Besh, who's like going to get better at getting in and out of his routes and stuff.
Dang, like the first highlight they show is against Michigan.
Yeah.
And
I'm just kidding, but it's true.
Looking up his scouting report, they said 15.3% missed tackle rate.
That's not good, especially for a guy that's bigger and slow.
Not good.
Broncos taking a receiver.
Broncos take a receiver
here.
I thought they wanted a running back.
Is it Jalen Knoll?
No.
Savion Williams?
No.
Royals?
Pat Bryant.
Really?
Yeah.
In the third?
I don't know. That's what they took.
I guess they're not signing Cortland Sutton long term then. I've had Pat Bryant mocked a lot of time to the Lions late just because of like Tim Patrick replacement. But obviously,
I think they got that earlier with the other kid.
Yeah, no. Obviously, they went with him now. Yeah. But like I said in my mock, normally I would take Pat Bryant for the Lions just as a big body guy to replace Tim Patrick.
4.61 40 for Bryant.
Yeah, he's not fast. He's a big body guy that's going to get red zone targets. That's about it. Don't draft him for fantasy.
Yeah. I don't care. I like it for Bo Nix. Anything you can get to help Bo Nix.
They're really not
trying to replace Marvin Mims, though. I tell you that. How much you say.
I liked what I saw out of Mims.
I love Mims.
Limited snaps. I mean, if he gets the snaps this year, if he can earn the snaps, he's going to be sneaky.
Yeah, but Sean Payton hates him. He must have. Like I said last night on the show, he must have did something wrong to Sean Payton's daughter. I don't know what, but he did something.
How do you get the inside information that a coach likes or dislikes a player?
Well, when a guy's drafted in the second round and he never plays more than 35% of snaps for 2 seasons straight, that kind of is evidence that he doesn't like him.
Or it's evidence that he hasn't earned the snaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the guy, he'd make a big play. He would make a big play, and then you wouldn't see him on the field for the rest of the quarter. Yeah, it never made any sense to me.
Or when you're the starting quarterback of a team and then all of a sudden you're traded to the Lions. Jared Goff.
What about it?
Didn't you remember?
The Rams gave up on Goff.
Don't you remember the whole rumors? Like Sean McVay, like Goff was like flirting with his wife or something.
Yeah. Oh no, I didn't hear
that. So he got kicked off the team.
Hey, that got Detroit 2 firsts and 2 seconds to go with Goff.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it got the Rams a Super Bowl.
Yep.
And the Rams are still good.
Yeah. Yep. The Lions are good.
I mean,
I'd rather the Lions than the Rams right
You
now.
won just as many playoff games as the Vikings did, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
And the Bears.
Wait. Did you just use Vikings and win playoff games in the same sentence?
I was just comparing them to the Lions. Like they're so good, but they did just as good as us.
And you know it was Goff that lost that game.
They won just as many games as the Bears, the Packers.
2 pick sixes. 2 pick sixes you don't overcome.
You said this pick was Pat Bryant already, right?
Yeah, Pat Bryant.
And then the 49ers are up. The 49ers already took edge and they already took defensive tackles. So the 49ers should take
offensive tackle
line.
Oh. Be more specific, Craig.
Guard. Aaron Banks replacement. Is that better? It could be Jared Wilson. He could fit at either center or guard. I think he can play guard. He played a little bit of guard at Georgia when they had Van Pran still.
Yeah.
So I think he could do it. He ran a 4.81. I think it was 4.81 or 4.84, one of the two.
Who cares? He's a center.
Yeah, as the center, that's unheard of, though. At 310 pounds, that's just crazy. So I think he would make some sense there. I wouldn't be surprised if they went Wyatt Milam either. I'm not a big Wyatt Milam guy, but, you're getting middle of the 3rd round.
I thought we were talking about Imbo a while ago, and he's apparently still available.
A lot of teams are unsure about him. He needs to bulk up.
Yeah, problem is he went to a school that doesn't play football.
They said Pat Bryant's a big guy. The speed, though, that is not something that is in his game.
Speed, he doesn't know what that part meant. Speed, what's that? Maybe you could ask the guy on the bottom about Marcus Imbo why he's not drafted yet.
Oh, I forgot, dude.
Dennis Imbo.
The Minnesota team, the Minnesota basketball team is facing against the Minnesota basketball team right now.
Yeah. I liked him actually, watching him play last year in a couple of games.
Wow. Did you see the 49ers pick?
No.
Nick Martin, linebacker out of Oklahoma State. He's a very fast kid. He's going to contribute on special teams, but this is earlier than I expected. Good kid, though. Maybe they can groom him into a Dre Greenlaw replacement. Maybe. The 49ers are one of those teams that's like every year you look at their draft and you kind of question some of the picks and maybe where they picked them, and then it kind of works out somehow still.
Wasn't their quarterback Mr. Irrelevant?
He was. But once upon a time, the way too early first-round mock draft, he was a first-round pick. Mm-hmm. And then he sucked for a year and a half. And then he still got drafted. And then he got a lot of talent around him, and he looked all right. So the real question is, what does he look like this year after all the talent's gone?
Is all the talent gone?
Debo's gone. Well, they got McCaffrey,
Is Debo talent or is he headache?
Both.
Oh,
if I'm the Cowboys, I just take Javon Ravel. If you could have him and Trevon Diggs on the same defense, it would be fun, but it would be a headache sometimes too.
But
because both of them
aren't they one of the teams that you said could go for Sanders in the third.
The Cowboys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
I mean, he would sit behind Dak, obviously.
Dak gets hurt all the time anyways.
Yeah.
You don't want Cooper Rush?
Cooper Rush is on, like, the Ravens.
Yeah.
Who is their backup now, then? Because it's always somebody like that.
No. Oh, God, who was it? Joe Milton.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they don't need a quarterback, dude. Joe Milton, that was an awesome trade. I remember.
yeah.
He's a rocket launcher.
Yep.
Not a good quarterback.
Wasn't he a Michigan player at one time?
Love him.
Yes, he was supposed to be the next Cam Newton, according to the 24/7 Sports. Hey, look, Siobhan Ravel. That's fair.
That's
In the third round. That is like amazing value, though.
Yeah.
But him and Trevon Diggs together would be fun to watch.
He was rated as a first-round pick.
Yeah, borderline.
About 31.
Yeah, he's coming off the ACL injury. Obviously, a really good athlete. Still a little bit raw at the quarterback position. But him and like Diggs if they have them on the field at the same time, both coming off ACLs.
Then they're going to get beat deep. In other words, safeties have to be on a horse.
They are but both those guys like to bite on double moves really bad, and both of them are like really super aggressive on trying to pick the ball off. So it's going to be funny because they could have like 10 pick sixes, but they could also give up like
17 touchdowns.
Like 40 touchdowns or something.
so
who
back on
Pittsburgh's coming up here soon. They could take Shador at 19.
That's
I mean, that's really
that would make sense.
In this round, that's really all that's left. Saints at 29, Browns at 30.
Panthers. No, they got Andy Dalton. There's the backup.
Who's got Dalton?
Andy Dalton, the Panthers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's the backup.
The Red Rocket, baby. Red Rifle, I think they call him.
Red Rifle.
He's a Red Rocket now.
Does Pittsburgh really, really get the Sanders clan talk going if they take Milroe here at 83?
The Panthers took Princely.
Come on, say it. I want to hear you say it.
Uman Mayellen.
There you go.
Uman Mayellen.
When I worked for Fox Sports, they would give us a pronunciation guide for players' names.
Yep.
And it would be phonetically spelled out so that you could pronounce these guys' names.
And just on that note, right?
Yeah.
At the Senior Bowl, they called out like guys for 101s to like do the thing at one of the practices, and they picked him for one of them. And the guy looks at it, and they're like, Princely. Princely. That's literally how they like did it because they didn't want to pronounce his last name at the Senior Bowl.
I'm telling you, these names aren't easy unless you know these guys.
Yeah, and watch out for his brother next year too. His brother's transferring to Ole Miss.
What's his brother play?
Same position.
Yep.
Edge.
Yeah.
Is he better?
Maybe. Not sure yet.
Oh, well, that sucks when your younger brother's better than you.
Yeah. But Princely went to Florida first.
Was Amon-Ra St. Brown? He's younger brother, right?
Let's see.
I don't know.
Equinemius, yeah.
Equinemius was drafted by the Bears first, and he's terrible.
Yeah. No, he wasn't.
No, he did not play well in
terrible. He wasn't
NFL.
terrible. He just had really bad hands, and he was always hurt.
Okay, what is a wide receiver? He should be a cornerback then.
He should have been.
What's the difference between a cornerback and a wide receiver?
Hands.
One can catch.
Wide receiver can catch.
Yeah. St. Brown's like super high prospect catcher, great route runner. Equinemius, just this guy.
Yeah, but Amon-Ra said he would do the jugs like 200 and some times a day or whatever. It's probably because he watched his brother drop the ball so much.
Ooh.
Work ethic, baby. Work ethic. I'm telling you.
And then the third brother didn't ultimately end up doing anything. Osiris, he played at Stanford. But he's probably like got a really good job because he went to Stanford.
Yeah.
Hey,
you want to tell how good a player is going to be You look at their film study habits and their work ethic. You look at Ryan Leaf had all the talent in the world, and Peyton Manning wasn't Leaf drafted over Manning, first over Manning?
No, Manning went number 1, Leaf went 2.
Okay.
Yep.
But Leaf had more talent, but he didn't have the work ethic or the study habits.
Yeah, because there was a big debate back and forth. It's funny if you listen to Peyton Manning here talk about it, because he's like, at the combine, he's like, I tried to put on like 10 pounds just so I looked as big as Ryan Leaf. He literally says that too.
I believe it too.
So Princely's brother is named Prince Will Umanyan.
Oh, lovely.
He is transferring over from Nebraska. He already weighs more than his brother by like 3 pounds.
Can you imagine those Thursday fights over the pumpkin pie?
Those two brothers?
Yeah, those two guys.
Yeah, well, they were born in Nigeria too.
Oh, they probably fight over the drumstick then.
And then they end up playing high school ball in Texas.
Well, I don't know why this skipped over, but I do have Texans pick already.
Oh, wow.
So you don't have the Cardinals?
No.
Yeah, Prince Will, his brother, had 4.5 tackles for loss and a sack as a freshman at Nebraska. He was second team freshman All-American, and now he's going to – no, then he played the next year. The next year he kind of sucked. And then he went to Ole Miss now.
Nebraska in the Big Ten?
Yep.
And UCLA and USC?
Yep. And Oregon.
And Oregon's in the Big Ten?
The Big 18 now.
Yeah, it's the Big 27.
Yeah, it's still the Big Two, little everybody else.
Who's the Big Two? Oregon and Ohio State?
No. Ohio State can't beat Michigan. How could they be one of them?
I don't know. They won a national championship.
Yeah, and they couldn't beat Michigan.
Hey, there's your Jordan Birch pick.
Yeah.
So you said this was the ESPN site, right?
Yeah.
He really likes Jordan Birch. This is probably where he should go, but so that was the Cardinals pick. You said you had the Texans pick already?
What position, JC?
I don't have Cardinals, but I have
We got the Cardinals.
We just got Jordan Birch. Wait. We got the other Iowa State wide receiver?
Yeah.
So we got Higgins.
That's awesome. I love that.
But if they're drafting him as well, that's not good news for Tank Dell. That means
it's not. I think his injury's bad.
His injury, we already knew it was bad, but it's probably worse than whatever we thought. If they're drafting
Jalen Knoll.
Like,
Texans, man, they're going to be fun to watch this year.
He's a little scat type, isn't he? 5'10", 194.
Yeah, but he's built like a small running back.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't they trade up to get that pick too?
I don't think so.
4.3840.
Yep, he's a really good. I think he was the one that had like a 41-inch vertical too. 39.5. One and two. I don't remember off the top of my head now.
I'm surprised you remember half of what you do, Craig.
Well, you see, I work all the time during the day. Then I go coach baseball. Then I do all this other stuff.
That was me back in the day.
Yeah,
I would work 60 hours a week, at least every week, and I'd spend 40 to 60 hours doing fantasy football. So when I retired from fantasy in 2016, I came back in 2020 to play. I said, I'm never writing again because the work involved in writing was just too much.
This offense is crazy.
The Colts?
No, the Texans.
No.
High
Who's their
power.
running back?
They throwing Joe Mixon at running back.
Who's their backup? He's getting old.
I don't think he's getting old.
Pierce is the only thing they've got, really.
Okay.
I mean, did you say Joe Mixon's not getting old?
He's 28 or 29, isn't he?
29.
Yeah, he's getting old.
Anybody that was drafted in 2017 is an old running back now.
Yeah.
Hey, look, another Minnesota player. So Justin Wally goes 3rd round to the Colts. A couple rounds earlier.
Tell us about him, JC. Is Wally any good?
I don't know. I don't really watch. Do not watch the Gophers.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah, okay, Shrine
And you live there.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't watch them.
Okay, Shrine Bowl at 440, and it was probably
They're a running. They are a running team.
Hey, are you watching the TV, JC?
I liked Ibrahim. I really liked him.
Yeah, except he destroyed his Achilles.
Yeah.
Are you watching the TV, the draft on the TV, JC?
Yep.
How often are they flashing to Shador?
Yeah. They haven't. I haven't seen them.
Is there anybody left in the green room?
I don't think I've seen anybody come out.
Did Milroe come back today?
I think he's going to come back. He's going to be. He'll come out. Milroe, and he. I think he came back.
No, was Milroe still in the green room today?
I think he came back. I think there was somebody there that they said there was some player that's an NFL player right now that's kind of been mentoring him. That's been there with him. They said that he would, regardless of even if it was next week, he would come back and walk out on that stage.
That's good. That shows character. It really
I know.
does.
I like that.
Who said that? Did Melrose say
Dylan
that?
Fairchild. I don't know who it was. It was just some.
Bengals got a guard finally.
Yeah.
He's good if he can stay healthy. I think he was banged up a couple times at Georgia, though.
Yeah, they do play an SEC schedule.
Yep.
Dylan Fairchild.
He's the former 4-star, but I think he had a couple different injuries at Georgia, but
Dylan Fairchild.
Think Tennessee goes offensive guard?
I think they're more. So, did Jared Wilson go yet or not? I don't think he went, right? The center out of Georgia?
I don't know. Let me check.
I think they could. I don't think they'd go guard. I think they would go center more likely. Yes, they have Lloyd Cushenberry, but he had a season-ending injury last year, which he might.
Wilson's still available.
Yeah, so they could go Wilson. They have Cushenberry, who they signed last year to play center, but he left, or he had that season-ending injury at the end of last season. Might not be ready for the beginning of this year. Who knows? They could do that. They still could go wide receiver. They haven't drafted a wide receiver yet. And they still have a pretty big need at safety. Xavier Watts is still out there? Or not?
Give me a minute. Wide receiver.
Sorry, I'm looking at Timberwolves are playing right now. They're beating the Lakers 27-19 right
now. Where's Watts play?
Xavier Watts is still on the board, yeah.
I wonder why he's falling. That's a good question. I think he got hurt in the pre-draft. I think he just like rolled his ankle or something.
I wouldn't think that would make somebody fall this
No,
early.
Not like a round and a half,
yeah,
or a round or whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm. I guess Abdul Carter was trying to wear number 56 in New York, which is retired.
That's Lawrence Taylor's number.
Yeah, and Lawrence Taylor said absolutely not.
Good.
As he should.
Yeah, you retired the jersey. You don't bring it back.
Well, Warren Moon presented the one to Cam Ward today, so
I like that. That was super cool.
That was a classy move.
Joe Namath offered number 12 to Aaron Rodgers, but he didn't take it.
I think that's classy by Rodgers.
One of the few classy things he's done in his life.
Maybe, but that is.
The weirdest story from this draft, Pittsburgh's first round pick, Harmon.
Yeah.
His mom died.
Yeah,
within short time, like an hour and a half after he was picked.
Yeah, I think he immediately left and went to where his mom was, and after he told her, she passed away.
Yeah, she was on life support, and as he was going to there, she pretty much died.
That was a crazy story.
That's a crazy story.
That's gotta talk about mixed emotions.
Running back,
happiest day of his life, and then the worst. Is it Caleb?
Oh no! So Titans are taking a safety.
Titans are taking a safety. Xavier Watts,
Kevin Winston.
Yeah.
And I've already got Steelers pick 2, and they're taking a running back.
Caleb Johnson.
Yep.
Oh, that's.
I had him. Wait.
I like that.
I had him mocked. I had Caleb Johnson mocked to the Steelers, anyways.
I like that, man. With Najee,
where's he going to fit in their depth chart?
The top.
Well, Najee's gone.
Yep.
It's him and Jaylen Warren.
Jaylen Warren.
Yeah, but Jaylen Warren, wasn't he at the top?
I've never really been a Jaylen Warren fan. I think he's just a guy.
Yeah, that's a
Johnson's
big move for the Steelers.
Third round pick. He's not a first round running back.
Yeah, and Jaylen Warren has no draft capital.
Yeah.
Like Jaylen Warren's going to be the third down back because Caleb Johnson's nothing out of the backfield and probably not going to pass protect either at the NFL level. Or
the Shador fall continues. Damn.
Yeah. But hey, look, ESPN got it right. They got Caleb as the best fit, and then he was taken, right?
Yep.
That's a great landing spot for him.
Mm-hmm.
So where does he go on your fantasy draft?
Man, I'll have to do the math, but just let me take a look at some stats.
I'd rather have him than Quinshon Judkins on the Browns.
A number here.
I agree with that.
So last year, I think it's a hell of a fit. So last year, with my rating system, Najee Harris wasn't great, but he wasn't awful. Okay. So he had a 75 score in my MVP index, which is not very good for a running back as far as the starter goes. Typically that would be kind of a, RB22 type. Johnson, holy mackerel, he could fit in to have the upside of maybe an RB12 because he's going to
he can make top 12.
He's going to get fed volume. He's going to get fed volume. There's
the only problem
if he can adjust. Yeah, I mean that again. When I'm talking forecast, guys, way too early forecast. I'm only looking at the upside potential.
The only issue is if you're standard league half point, he probably looks better. PPR, he's just like he's not going to catch anything.
No, I'm looking at touchdown potential.
Yeah, he's definitely got that.
Yeah, he's gonna get the ball a lot.
Yep.
That's a good fit for him.
It's a very, very good fit for him.
Who's the Tampa Bay tight end right now?
Cade Otton.
Cade Otton.
Yep, Cade Otton.
He's good. They always want us to talk about replacing him. I don't know why, but
Is he old?
No, it's like his third year in the league.
And he
26.
And when
maybe.
Godwin went down, he actually had a couple of good games.
Yes, he did.
I'm wondering why they say tight end is a need.
Well, there's not much behind him.
No.
Sorry, JC Keeft out of Minnesota. That's a lot.
They like my Josiah Stewart guy.
Yeah, that's a team where it could be a fit, It's got to be one of them 3-4 teams. So Tampa, they could go linebacker.
If he's playing 3-4, would they move him to outside linebacker?
Yeah, so he's 3-4 edge rusher. So Jacob Parrish. That's a weird fit for them. Why? He doesn't fit. That's weird. That's all I'm going to say about that. He's a feisty guy that played outside corner at Kansas State. Probably has to play in the slot, most likely at the NFL level. But they already have like 10 million guys that are safety slot hybrids there. So he probably can't play there. So he's going to probably have to play on the outside. It's just
I didn't realize Scatterbo was that big.
What's up, Jerry?
That's after he trimmed down too.
Is it? I thought he was a scat back type.
Oh
No,
man, if he goes here,
he's like 225 in season.
That kills Kareem Hunt. I mean, they re-signed Kareem Hunt for a year.
Who? Chiefs?
Chiefs.
Yep.
I have had Scatterbo mocked to the Chiefs most of the time as of
Whew.
the
That's
seventh
an
round.
interesting fit.
The 7-round mock, I did throw him on the Ravens just to kind of have a pass catching compliment to Derrick Henry. But prior to that, I've had him mocked to the Chiefs quite a bit.
In what round?
Usually like round 4-ish.
Okay.
But I think he's kind of what Kareem Hunt, or closer to what Kareem Hunt used to be than what Kareem Hunt is currently.
I love Kareem
not like rookie Kareem Hunt, but
Noel Williams.
That is his Spagnola guy right there. I believe he started his career at Fresno State, transferred over to Colorado. He is a press man corner, and Spagnola will like him. They tried to get kind of that with Joshua Williams. That didn't really turn out. Outside, on the opposite side of McDuffie and like Connor, like that other corner spot, like Watson's been all right at times, but they could definitely still have more competition there.
I don't hate that move.
This thing goes a lot faster when you have 5-minute clock.
He had a pick 6 versus Cam Ward.
He did.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but he's a good press man corner. He's real feisty. I think he went to the Shrine Bowl for like a day.
That was a terrible throw. He threw that across the field.
Yeah, but I think I think Noel Williams went to like Shrine Bowl for a day, like did good enough the first day of practice and just said peace out.
He looks pretty. I mean, a lot of the stuff they were showing was either like interceptions or close to interceptions. So,
yep,
he looks interesting.
He's got decent ball skills, press man corner. Like it's a good scheme fit. It's probably good. Like it's not a good value, but it's like where he probably should get drafted.
And they were looking for somebody that could fill that role so they could be, back to being versatile with McDuffie. So,
yeah, well, I guess because they've kind of moved around in terms of safety too. So maybe they want to play Connor a little bit more at safety again too.
Yep, probably.
Yeah,
they're going to be a high rotation team again this year, and even more so because they got a bunch of interesting parts and pieces, but it's going to be interesting to watch Spags put it all together.
They're going to finally let my boy Leo Chenal play more.
I like Leo Chenal.
I hope so, man. He brings energy when he's out there.
The crazy thing is, like, you watched him when he played at Wisconsin. Like, he was one of the quickest read and react linebackers in college that year. And everybody's like, oh, Devin Lloyd. And I'm like, watch Devin Lloyd. And it'd be like the ball snapped and like the wheels are spinning in his head before you go do something. And like Leo Chenal, ball snap, go there.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite players to watch, but he'll have the occasional play where he just seems lost, and he gets burned. But he makes up for it with the other plays because, man, he hustles. He is and he can hit. He can hit too.
When you're anticipating based on formation and scheme look, you're going to make mistakes sometimes.
Yep.
When you make a mistake, you're going to look foolish. But when you get it right, you're going to look like a superstar.
Mm-hmm. And if you watch the Devin Lloyd Utah tape, is like wheels turning, wheels turning, wheels turning. Okay, I'm going to go make a thing. It's either going to be a great play or I'm going to look stupid. And he couldn't cover anybody in college. And like, he's been like, the Jaguars picked him, but like, they've been playing guys that got less draft capital over him quite a bit, honestly.
Well, you've been watching the draft for a while, Craig. You know as well as I do.
Yep.
They don't get it right every time. The coaches, there are players that are undrafted free agents that become superstars in this league. And that means 32 teams and 32 scouting departments missed on those guys.
Usually. I mean, like when you get on the later rounds, like there's some players that will tell teams not to draft them so they can pick where they want to sign, essentially.
Yeah.
It happens a lot more in the NBA draft, though. Like when it gets to the second round, they're just like, hey, don't pick me. I'll go sign a 2-year contract.
Remember, the NFL used to have a 17-round draft.
Yep.
So, and now what is it? 6?
7 rounds.
7
rounds. Oh, is the third round where we get our first supplemental picks?
Yes.
7th round.
Yeah, so the third round will end at pick 102 today.
So how many extra picks are there today?
So let's see. 32 times 3 is 96. There's 102 picks, so there's 6 extras.
Yeah. Okay.
And
that's based on free agent signings, right?
Yes, and then like if you have an assistant coach that was a minority that gets
so Detroit's getting a supplemental because of Aaron Glenn. Excellent. Another Detroit pick. I like it.
I don't know with the trades that the Lions did earlier
that maybe they gave it away. Yeah.
But initially they had the final pick in the third round with the comp picks at 102, but I don't know if they still own that pick or not without looking.
Okay.
And so Jamari Caldwell just went to the Chargers. That's the guy I talked about earlier. He was a walk-on at junior college.
Wow.
JUCO.
Played for junior college and goes to Oregon.
Wow.
He's huge, but he can move.
He's a big man. Yeah.
He can move, though. Like he for being 332 pounds, that guy can move quick. Good fit for the Chargers.
I mean, if he ended up playing, didn't Oregon go to the national championship game?
Let's see. That would have been.
No, isn't that who Ohio State beat?
That was Washington that did.
Oh, it was Washington? Okay.
And then Oregon lost to Ohio State this year in the college football playoffs after beating them in the regular season.
Packers pick is in.
Packers.
That was fast. I like this 5-minute rounds. It's much faster.
Wait till tomorrow. It's speed round, baby.
I don't think JC, you impress me because I don't think I could do this 3 days in a row. I don't think I could do it on Saturday.
Tomorrow, I think it's 6 hours.
Yeah, no.
Oh, that's my favorite day.
What'd you say?
I said that's my favorite. Oh, so the rumors are that the Packers are selecting defensive end Braden Swinson out of LSU, who would be a good scheme fit for them and has been expected to go to the Packers for a while, but most people thought he'd go to the second round of the Packers. So there is some value there.
Yeah, especially you get him around later. That's
I believe he started his career at Oregon, then transferred to LSU.
Andrew, there it is. No haters. Jerry wants to know what's your favorite pick of the day so far. I mean, I think I like Travion to the Patriots.
I like all the Texans picks because I'm a Texans fan, and they all the picks were good for us today, so I can't complain.
I like my Lions picks because in Brad I trust.
I like that Higgins.
Wait. Packers actually did not select Braden Swinson. That was a fake tweet.
Another receiver.
Savion Williams.
They don't trust. I guess they don't. I guess Dobbs is about to be gone. Who else? Christian Watson's done.
Everybody will be gone after the season besides Jalen Reed and Matthew Golden, who they just drafted.
And Savion Williams, who they just drafted.
Yeah, before this. So the Packers do this thing where they like to double dip at positions too. They always pick like multiple guys at the same position just to like have a better chance of working out. Savion is very interesting. He's 6'5" ish.
Whoa, that's a tall
220 pounds ish.
Man, yeah.
He's very, very raw. He's played Wildcat quarterback before.
Oh,
I believe he was.
I know this is Cordell. This is basically Cordell Patterson Jr.
Correct. He was, and I believe, if I remember correctly, he was Quentin Johnston's quarterback in high school.
Yeah, dude. This reminds me. So Quentin Johnson, like when I talked to Quentin Johnson film, he reminded me of Laviska Shenault. That's what was my like comp for Quentin Johnson, just because it was
my comp for Quentin Johnson was N'Keal Harry.
Oh,
and he looks just like N'Keal Harry.
Did they both finish the same way?
Well, I'd say the same thing when Laviska Shenault didn't do very well either.
Yep.
He's lasted in the league for a long time.
Crazy weird plays.
At least Laviska lasted in the league a long time. He was one of my more famous, infamous busts.
I think he's still playing for the Seahawks, right? Or
returning kick signed as a kick returner. Yeah.
He got cut by Seattle last year, though. He signed with somebody else. Carolina, maybe.
Oh, let's see.
If you're on a roster, you can always get snaps.
TJ Slaughter.
Caleb
Ransom! Let's go!
You like this, huh?
Yeah, he is. So he's played safety and he's played nickel, right?
Oh, overall, you love Tulane.
I don't know why people hate on, like, they have him at 200. I'm like, this guy's a third-round pick. He's a third-round pick. 4.43 40 time. Good short shuttle. Good three-cone. Super athlete. Played at Troy.
Holy shit.
Went to the Senior Bowl. Shut everyone down at the Senior Bowl. He's going to be an elite-level slot player.
That's a good pick.
Well, the best quarterback I've seen in recent years.
Jaguars
is playing free safety in Detroit now.
Brian Branch?
Yeah.
That's a good
when he was playing slot corner, he was shutting people down.
Yeah, but Caleb Ransaw, I had mocked to the Lions like in the end of the third round over and over again. Because I think they would like him. But Jacksonville just took him.
Ooh, 4.33.
Yeah, Jaguars are having a good draft too, I think.
Ransaw can play. Like, he was in the hip pocket of everyone at the Senior Bowl.
So does that right there kind of say that maybe they're going to play more of Travis Hunter at wide receiver then?
Yes and no. It depends if Ransaw plays slot or if he plays safety, because they have needs at both. Jerry and Jones, they drafted last year, is probably better in the slot, but they want to play him on the outside for some reason. They brought in Jordan Brown, who can play inside out from the Cowboys. I don't think Jordan Brown's very good. Sorry, Greg. He went to Michigan, so
we don't get all the good players. We just get the best. Is all.
He's probably good. He's good at Michigan, but like in the NFL, he's been very, very, very inconsistent. And he got hurt too. So, so I think there's a chance that they asked Ransaw to play safety just based on what their team looks like currently. but I think he's way better at slot corner. And if he's at slot corner, they put Jerry Jones on the outside, and Tyson Campbell, then yeah, you probably put Travis Hunter just at wide receiver.
Is safety a lot different than corner in terms of technique?
Yeah. So they took Wyatt Milam here. That doesn't seem like a scheme fit for Jacksonville, but I guess they are changing offensive scheme, so we'll see. I don't know.
Jacksonville had back-to-back picks here. What?
Yeah,
They trade up.
That's a tall offensive guard.
He played left tackle at West Virginia, but he doesn't really have the traits to play left tackle at the NFL level.
Yeah, he's super big.
He looked bad at tackle at the Senior Bowl. Let's put it that way. He looked okay at guard there. But I was also assuming that he would go to like a more zone heavy scheme where he could do more like reach blocks and stuff like that at guard, which I don't think Jacksonville's going to do, even with the new offensive coordinator, Liam Cohen, although he's been with the Rams before. So if they run more of the McVay scheme as opposed to what they ran in Tampa, then it could happen.
I saw a scouting report on him that said they might move him into the middle, though.
He's gonna play guard.
Yeah,
he's listed as a guard here.
Yeah.
He played left tackle at West Virginia, but he's definitely gonna play guard at the NFL level. But I just think
was that mainly
his own scheme.
Did he just get beat too much by speed rushers?
Speed and guys that
tackle.
And guys that went speed to power real well, especially like at the Senior Bowl, he looked terrible versus them.
That makes sense why they're moving him inside then.
Yeah. Like, I still think he needs to get a little bit stronger to play guard at the NFL level. So he might be kind of like a bring him in, redshirt him a year type of guy, get him a little bit stronger. I don't think he does. He definitely doesn't have the footwork to play tackle at a high level. Like, let's just say like your tackle goes down in the game, you could throw him out there if you really need to, and he might not kill you completely for the game, but you don't want to start him there for 3-4 weeks.
He started at right tackle for them though, right? Before moving over to left.
Yeah, he might have played right.
I'm saying he started. Yeah, started early in his career at right. I thought.
Maybe.
Who have the Rams drafted?
Well, the Rams could go Shador, but I don't see them doing it. I think I see them taking a quarterback next year.
No, who have they drafted already?
They just had Ferguson. That's all. That's the only.
Is that it?
That's it. That's the only pick.
Yeah. So,
what is this? The Vikings part 2? No picks.
The Rams like having a lot of day 3 picks in general, though.
How about a wide receiver for them here?
Maybe like they could because
they had a depth piece at wide receiver, obviously.
You know what? I can see Raiders have back-to-back picks coming up here. I could see them taking Shador at the end of the 4th here.
Oh, that's a good call. 98 and 99.
I could see the Rams. I don't think the Rams take Shador. I think they like Kyle McCord. They might like Dylan Gabriel too. I know they like McCord though, and I've had him mocked there for forever.
Otherwise, Saints at 93.
All right, talk to me about the strengths of Royals, Lane, and Felton. For the Rams.
Are you talking Ty Felton, right?
Yeah, Ty Felton, Jalen Lane, and Jalen Royals.
So Jalen Lane is essentially a return specialist at this point in time. He's a little quick guy that could be okay like after the catch. Like he was okay in college just because like they threw him quick screens and stuff like that. But he's primarily a return specialist. He should not go in the 3rd round. Jalen Royals, apparently they have him listed at 6 foot. But I believe the last time I checked, he was still 5'11". He ran faster than expected at the combine. Kind of big body, like physical guy. he got like the one Senior Bowl highlight that they show is where he like pushed the corner back over or whatever, and the corner's was going back anyways, and the corner fell over. They're like, "Oh my god, look at how he beat this guy!" I'm like, he pushed him backwards, and like all his other reps, he didn't look that great. He still very much needs polishing as a route runner. Ty Felton, I think, is probably the best just because he has the most production. I believe he has the second most receiving yards in Maryland history behind DJ Moore, which is saying something because that would be ahead of Stephon Diggs.
And what about Isaiah Bond? Because that's a name I've heard living in Texas.
Yeah,
it's just doesn't he have just some off?
He should not get drafted because he sexually assaulted a woman, and then offered her $1,000 to stay quiet.
1,000, damn.
So a little bit of a character issue then.
Yeah, and then he also came into the combine saying he's going to run a 4.19 and beat the record. And then he ran a 4.4.
Yeah,
that's them.
Oh, looky there.
So Josiah Stewart, that's a good spot for him with the Rams. Good place. Although, you still have Jared Verse, you have Byron Young, you have a lot of guys ahead of him, but he can rotate in with some of those guys and, be a decent pass rusher at the same time.
And I think he's the right size for special teams play too.
Yeah, I think he could do that.
Michigan guy, what do you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ravens.
He gets to keep his colors.
Ravens, though. So the Ravens could go a lot of different ways. I don't know that they take corner after Malachi Starks. They took Malachi Starks and Mike Green. That's a good draft right there. I wouldn't be surprised if they go wide receiver here.
And you still got Wilson available. He's a center, I know, but center guard.
Yeah, they could. Miles Frazier would be a guy they like at guard though too. The LSU guy, he's a big boy, and he would fit their scheme well.
And they've still got Derrick Henry, right?
Yep.
So they're going to run the ball. How much tread does he have left, you think, Craig?
Emory Jones.
Emory God can answer at this point. Emory Jones Jr. So this could maybe be he played right tackle at LSU. He has to play guard at the NFL level because his footwork is bad. But he's got enough play strength that he can play guard in this gap scheme pretty well. So it's not a bad pick.
They have him ranked at 143.
Yeah. Well, and this was picked like 91.
91.
Yeah, close enough. But you have to understand too, if they need a guard, let's put it this way: if they need a guard, and the only guards that are available that in gap scheme that work pretty well are Emory Jones Jr., Miles Frazier, who I would still take ahead of him, and Luke Condra. If those are the top three, those are the top three for that type of scheme. And then if the Ravens like him the best out of those three.
Yeah, but you could probably get him later round.
Maybe.
These guys keep a list of what other teams need.
Yep.
So they have it's not perfect, but they have a pretty good idea of.
Damn, they have him in punt coverage. They were playing him in punt coverage too.
Emory Jones?
Yeah. They showed him making a tackle in punt coverage. No joke.
Well, that just means he was on the line to block for the punt. And he just made a tackle in the return. It's not like he was a gunner going down the field.
I would pay to see that though.
I'd pay to see somebody try to stop him. Get some little corner lined up on him trying to stop him from going down the field. There's your Milrow pick.
Here goes Jalen Milrow.
There goes Sam Darnold.
That's a great pick there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of rumors that they're shopping Sam Howell at the same time as well.
Oh, Sam Howell, poor guy. I was so high on him coming in. I like him too.
Milroe going.
He had the most
Sanders
wasn't it like
beautiful.
the most throws in or top 5? Was it pass attempts?
No, with the Commanders.
Yeah, he had like the 5th overall pass attempts.
He had a bunch
his rookie year.
I feel for Shedeur Sanders now. He's got to be dying.
Oh no. I'm telling you, he's either going here or he's going to the Raiders.
We'll see.
I like this though. I like this for Seattle. That dude's got an arm.
Milroe.
Coach, who's on the board at wide receiver that would fit with the Saints?
Say that one more time.
Wide receiver for the Saints. Who would look good here? Maybe
anyone.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, like
it's wide open behind Olave. I mean, that's.
I mean, Shaheed plays inside out. Olave can play inside out. Olave might be one concussion away from retiring.
That's what I'm saying. They need a wide receiver desperately here. Yep.
They have Rashid Shaheed too.
Yeah, but he's coming off major injury.
Yeah.
Chris Olave is one concussion away from retirement.
Ty Felton's
good. They might like Jalen Royals. I wouldn't be surprised if they like Jalen Royals. I wouldn't be surprised if they like Ty Felton. I wouldn't be surprised if they like Torrey Horton. I think like anybody that's out there, they probably would like. Would I be surprised if they draft offensive guard here? No. Would I be surprised if they draft defensive end? No. Would I be surprised if they draft corner? No, because they have no corners. They have no secondary beside it. Well, I guess they got Honey Badger and Justin Reed still. But
they have a lot of holes. Getting old. So you're saying they got a lot of holes to fill here. So
yes. Well, you see,
I like that Milroe runs, man.
A 5-12 record would indicate they have a lot of holes.
They have a lot of holes, and they also kicked the salary cap down the road for like 20 years.
Yes, they did.
You got to pay the piper eventually, so you need to bring in good young players on the cheap.
Yeah, I was thinking wide receiver would be a great fit here, though.
They're not going wide receiver. They don't go wide receiver. They go in the opposite direction, other side of the ball.
Corner?
Defensive back.
It's not corner?
Yeah. Jonas Sanker.
Safety. He was kind of a Saints player, but
Oof, I like Milroe, man. You know that they only said the Sam Darnold contract, that's basically they can get rid of him after year 1.
After this year, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great development spot for him.
I love this for Milroe.
Who's their offensive
I'm definitely going to be grabbing him, and you can probably get him in the 2nd round.
Wait. But who's the offensive coordinator? No, Clint Kubiak is. That is a weird scheme fit. You're talking zone read. Maybe if you like really stretch the play action more than normal play action to get him out on the edge more.
They say he holds the ball a little long.
Then the nice thing is you got two running backs that can block. So I do like that.
Wait, Kenneth Walker can block?
What?
Yes. Kenneth Walker's an excellent running back.
No, he said he could block, though. I'm like,
he can. You've never seen him pick up a blitz?
Yeah.
Charbonnet's way better.
Charbonnet, too.
Charbonnet's way better. I've seen Kenneth Walker miss a lot of blitzes, too. I don't know. I'm surprised that teams like Sanker this much, honestly. I know there's like some late buzz. Here we go. Shedeur Sanders to the Browns.
What do you think?
They still haven't taken the quarterback, right?
Yeah, it could be. We still got another quarterback out there yet we like.
Nice and cheap. Mel Kiper must be
pissed,
really feeling good right about now.
I don't know how he still has a
Oh,
job.
he loves Shador. He likes Shador.
Oh, he's all over Shador. He had like his number one quarterback, and he had him top 5 pick guy. I mean, it's
No,
amazing.
he had him as the number 2 quarterback. He had Cam Ward as number 1.
I thought he had it. Oh, okay.
He had Shador number
Browns
1 early on.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Browns, Patriots, Eagles, Vikings.
All the times Mel Kiper has said, if this guy isn't a great pro, I'm hanging it up. And
yeah, Jimmy Clausen.
Missed on a few.
They go quarterback. They went quarterback.
Did they go with Shador?
Dylan Gabriel.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Well, that means they're not drafting Shador at all.
Whoa.
You had said in one of these picks they were going to take him.
I like this with the Browns.
Dylan
Gabriel is going to be fun there.
Dylan Gabriel, right? Undersized, super experienced college quarterback, drafted in the 3rd round. They have veterans that they brought in ahead of him that may or may not be better than him. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts like early year 1.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. So Justin Herbert, when he came in, he broke the rookie record for touchdowns. Who broke his record?
Who broke his record? Herbert's?
Yep.
For
rookie touchdowns.
Jaden Daniels?
CJ Stroud?
I'll give you a hint. He wore orange and yellow and was on the same team as Herbert in college. Bo Nix. So, can Dylan Gabriel?
Bo Nix had over 30
Can Dylan Gabriel come out and beat that record?
No. Good try, though.
It's just fun to think
Bo
about.
Nix had over 30 touchdowns last year.
I think he had exactly 30.
Yeah,
I thought the record was 34 passing touchdowns. Herbert.
Let's see.
Look at Herbert's first year. I thought he got 34.
I don't know. I saw that stat somewhere, so let me look it up for you again. We can look it up.
Herbert had 29. I think it's 20.
Did he?
Dang.
Let me look.
Did he have 5 rushing touchdowns?
Maybe. Bo Nix had like 6 rushing touchdowns, though, I think.
Yeah.
No, Herbert had 31.
Okay.
And
how many rushing
total touchdowns?
Oh, total.
He had 36 total touchdowns, 31 touchdowns. Let's see.
Okay. I thought he was over 30. And how many did Nix have?
Oh, I guess it says 29. That must have been a bad stat then. I'll have to go relook that stat up.
Yep. It's still 29 plus he had 6 rushing last year. Nix?
No, I don't know because it says he has 4 rushing last year. I don't know.
Okay.
This is I'm looking this up in I'm looking this up in let me see.
It's still 33 total touchdowns. That's pretty good. I didn't realize Nix was that good last year.
He was very good.
I wonder if they
He had 4 rushing touchdowns, 430 rushing yards.
But that means that Herbert still has the rookie passing touchdown record.
Yeah, he does.
That would be correct.
Oops. Oof. Timberwolves are losing now. Bad second quarter. Bad second quarter. They scored 32 in the first, and then they scored 5. They're at 15 right now with 2 minutes left in the second. Like, what the hell? How do you do that?
5'11"?
Yep. And that was on the board stretcher.
Yeah.
He was sub 5'11" at the combine.
Was he?
Yeah. But
is he Hawaiian?
Yes.
Yeah.
He has started the most games at quarterback in college football history.
Oh, wow.
He's got a lot of touchdowns, too. He's got a lot of touchdowns, right?
What?
He's got a lot of touchdowns, too.
Yeah. He started as a freshman at Central Florida. He got hurt third year at Central Florida. Obviously, there's COVID year in there as well. Goes to Oklahoma, goes to Oregon.
Dude, you're right. He could start.
Like, you only got to be out Flacco and Pickett. Like, okay. So, listen to this.
Pickett. You're beating out Pickett.
Think about when Russell Wilson was a rookie. He was a third-round pick, had a lot of college experience. They signed Matt Flynn to start over him, right? He beats him out. Why couldn't that happen in Cleveland?
Who says it couldn't?
Exactly.
Although I think Flacco is a little bit better than Matt.
He's also 40.
Yeah.
And can throw 15 yards down the field.
I didn't realize.
At least don't get real control. Like,
does he have any receivers that can run further than 15 yards down the field?
Maybe.
Okay.
We'll see.
Gabriel, almost 73% completion percentage, 3,857 yards. That's he had a better season than I thought. Just eyeballing it, you just.
Well, he dominated Ohio State the first game.
Oh yeah, he did.
The game they sucked as a whole.
Yep.
Hey, look, Jared Wilson to the Patriots. Good pick.
They're cleaning up the line for Drake.
Yeah. I don't know. So I don't know if Jared Wilson will start at center. They might move him to guard. The guy's name? Ben Brown, I think it was. They started the last half of the year for them at center. Actually played decently well. We'll give him that. Here we go. Falcons take Shadur Sanders. They need a quarterback, right?
Oh, God.
They're not going to bring in a quarterback with Penix there. They're just not going to do it.
Sure they are. He can be the backup. Or when they trade Kirk Cousins to Pittsburgh because Aaron Rodgers wants to go to another darkness retreat.
They just don't want they don't want to shake his confidence. So they're not going to bring in a guy that can compete for the starting job.
He's not competing.
Pick is in fast.
Yeah, this is.
So we got.
Oh, God. They're probably pissed that Jared Wilson just went too because the Falcons really need a center.
Yep.
Left.
So we have 6 more picks, JC.
Yeah. Yep.
The
Vikings are going to be up here soon, unless they just traded back.
Nobody cares about them.
Hey, I do.
Why? You don't even watch the Gophers.
Why would I want to go watch the Gophers?
The Vikings?
Because
they both suck.
What? You had the same record last year.
You had the same record as what? The Gophers?
No, as the Lions.
Oh, you were 15-2?
No, we are 14-3.
Thank you.
But we won just as many playoff games as you did.
Which is 0.
Yep.
It's not. There's a report that says the Vikings could be trading pick 97 to the Texans. So the pick after.
Yeah, I can see that.
It sounds like allegedly the Falcons are taking safety, which probably Xavier Watts, but I don't have any.
That's what it says on the screen.
I'm showing Xavier Watts.
Yeah, that's what it shows on the screen right there. Xavier Watts.
That's a good pick. And the Texans apparently did trade for this pick then, I guess.
They're there.
That's fun.
Did you hear what they traded for it?
No idea.
See, they announce these trades. They ought to announce what they are.
Okay, here's the trade now. So the Texans trade pick 102, which is the final pick in the round, which apparently they got from the Lions at some point. And pick 142 for pick 97 and pick 187. So
I like it.
So they trade a third and a fourth for a third and a sixth.
Yay, Vikings. They finally do something okay.
Yeah, but they still don't have any extra picks. They're not like they're making trades, but they haven't accumulated any more picks. So they're still getting like the same amount of players.
I know.
Which is kind of.
Which is 4 or 5?
4.
Yeah.
Not good.
Not good, Quessy.
No, he's tough. I wouldn't say he's in the top. I'll tell you that.
He's in the bottom 10.
Yeah, he's not good.
This
They've
looks
been
like
all right in this
Shador.
offseason. But Jalen Smith, cornerback.
Why?
I love it. I love when a trade gets made and then especially for your team, and then you hate the pick even better.
No, it's like who's this one? One of these are listing him as safety on here though. I was
Texans don't have a pick in the 4th round.
Yeah, they just traded away.
Yeah, to get a cornerback.
Who technically some of these guys are trying to list as safety, but maybe he'll play slots. I don't know. Why? We got Derek Stingley, we got Kwame Laster, we got unless he plays slot. Like if Petrie's injuries if Jalen Petrie's injury is worse than they expect, or if they just want him to play safety full time again, then maybe he plays slot. But I don't think that was worth trading for.
Did he get hurt last year or just not have a good year?
Petrie? No, he got hurt. He got hurt bad.
Yeah.
Say again?
No, I'm talking about their draft pick, Jalen Smith, because he was really strong the year before, and he was like, ugh. Last year. I didn't know if he got hurt or not.
No, I think he was flat last year.
Are we gonna see Shador go off here?
Didn't USC move to the Big Ten last year?
Correct.
Which means he was finally playing against top competition.
I just wasn't impressed with him when I saw him play.
Well, you go from playing a Pac-10 schedule to a Big Ten schedule. It's a little tougher.
I mean, he's got 3 interceptions in 4 years.
He's a ball hawk.
Yeah.
In 4 years. In 43 games, he has 3 interceptions. That's not what you aim for.
So is this the pick that Sanders finally is put out of his misery here?
Nope. How would we do that? It's more fun to watch him fall.
It would be more fun to hear all the another day on Twitter of everybody explaining how this is a racist thing, which
oh my God,
having a hard time.
Except the very first pick in the draft was a black quarterback,
and Jalen Milroe got drafted already too.
Yeah.
It's
not. I'm telling you, those interviews are important. You can really screw up your life.
Gabriel's Hawaiian.
Yeah.
All right, so I see a really good meme. It's so remember the picture of Will Levis when he was looking at his phone and his girl was like looking away, all like pissed off. Somebody has a meme up here with Shador looking like that and his dad looking away, all pissed off. He's like, on to my next son.
Well, he's about out of kids. His daughter's playing college something. I don't remember what.
He can borrow one from Elon. He's got plenty.
Borrow one from Philip Rivers?
No, Elon Musk.
Or
Philip Rivers has a bunch too.
Oh, does he?
Rivers only got
I think 7, I think, right?
What, Philip Rivers?
Yeah, I thought he was over 10.
He's got like 10?
He's got like
10.
He
was over 10, yeah.
I think he's at 10, but I think only
it's
2
the
of them
bolo tie. It's the bolo tie he rocks.
His son, it's so sexy.
So shiny.
So the Raiders picked Caleb Rogers, offensive lineman out of Texas Tech. He mainly played tackle there. He's expected to play on the interior at the NFL level. But he did take some snaps at center in the Senior Bowl. He had some injuries in his career, though. That's a good pick. Depth guy. And then who's after the
guy?
the Raiders picked twice?
Yeah, back-to-back picks.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. This is where they could take Shador.
Yeah, so they took Caleb Rogers with the first one. That much we know.
Like, I don't know who else would take Shador at this point. Like, who? I mean,
if I was them, I would mess with them and be like, "Yep, we have back-to-back picks, but we had to take you second."
Ooh.
We had to take you behind a backup depth player.
We had to take you being a backup offensive lineman.
Yikes.
I mean,
What do you think?
technically Shador would be a backup depth piece then too.
Behind Aiden O'Connell?
No, behind Gino.
And Aiden O'Connell.
No.
He'd be the QB3, the emergency QB.
No, that's Jacoby Myers.
Caleb Rogers.
Caleb Rogers.
Yeah, I already talked about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, offensive tackle.
Guard.
Guard, really. He played tackle in college, but he's going to play guard at the NFL. He did take some snaps at center, though, at the Senior Bowl, but they already have Jackson Powers Johnson and somebody else that can play center, so probably not. He might come in year one and try to compete for the guard spot with Jordan Meredith, although Jordan Meredith played pretty well at the end of last year, so it's probably not going to beat him out. So depth piece.
So are there any other quarterback, Will Howard, that you like better than Caleb?
Did you just say
that you like better than Shador? I mean,
wait. Did you just say something good about an Ohio State guy?
No, I just asked if there were any other quarterbacks that you like better than Shador. Shador could be so bad that me saying Will Howard wouldn't really be a compliment.
I don't think there's ones that are better as a player than Shador, but if all these other things are concerning enough, then sure. But I hate Will Howard. I don't think he's very good at all.
Me neither.
Jeremiah Smith and Emeka Buka bailed him out constantly.
Quinn Ewers? You don't like him either, I know.
I don't like Quinn.
Because he cut his hair.
No, Charles Grant. That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
Something tells me that Shador's not getting drafted tonight.
I don't think so. Although, let's just throw this one out here, right? So the Texans trade up to 97. The Vikings move back to 102, right?
Yeah.
What if the Vikings just take Shador in case JJ doesn't pan out?
No.
Or he doesn't, or he has the injury problem come back again,
Like, it's insurance. Like, they don't have a lot of picks, though. That's the problem. If you do that, then it's like you use one of the 4 picks that you had on a backup quarterback at that point in time.
I would rather them use that pick to go try to get like Anthony Richardson.
Then the Colts aren't going to give you Anthony Richardson for a 4th round pick.
They can have Shador.
3rd round pick, supplemental.
It does not even look like they want Anthony Richardson.
Hey, maybe the 49ers will draft him now so they don't have to pay Brock Purdy. There we go, Mac Jones. Mac Jones is better than Shador.
Mac Jones.
Mac Daddy.
Mac Jones is so bad that against the Vikings, where Sam Darnold throws 3 interceptions and 0 touchdowns, we still won 12. What is it? 12-6, I think it was. It's because it was all field goals.
Yep.
No touchdowns, I think, were thrown in that game.
In fairness, your Vikings need a backup quarterback.
I just don't understand why they got rid of like Nick Mullins. Like, he came in. He had those big third down plays he would make. Like I liked that. Like I don't know why they got rid of Daniel Jones. I think they could have just kept him.
They didn't get rid of Daniel Jones. He was a free agent.
Yeah, I know, but they could have paid him.
Colts gave him real money. The Vikings offered him money, but the Colts gave him real money. Not monopoly money.
Who would the Vikings be targeting on the defensive side of the ball, Coach?
Corner, probably.
Gotta go corner.
Corner or maybe defensive line.
Spears and Smith's done after this year.
We say that every year.
Yeah, I think this is his last year. I'm pretty sure he signed a 1-year contract. I know he took a pretty good team deal. He'll be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Will he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There aren't really that many first ballot Hall of Famers.
I think he'll be one of them.
I don't think so. Maybe like third.
I don't know.
It's hard. Like only so many guys get in each year.
He's getting in year 1.
Should we make a bet on this?
I was a first ballot Hall of Famer, and I didn't work nearly as hard as Harrison.
There you go. See? Boom. Point proven.
So 49ers. Let's see who they picked. They never went offensive line. Oh God, they probably pissed.
Why?
The Raiders just took Charles Grant right before the 49ers. The 49ers are probably pissed they didn't get Charles Grant. That'd be a good scheme for
Raiders are really working on that offensive line, aren't they?
Yep.
Isn't that the second or third offensive lineman they took?
I think second.
Second, yeah. They took them back to back there.
Mm.
They went cornerback with their other pick in the third.
Yeah.
I don't see the pick for the 49ers yet. It's weird.
It's not showing up on my app either.
It says picks in. There's nothing on Twitter. Like literally nothing on Twitter.
Sleepers stopped sending notifications.
Oh, Sleepers.
They got tired after the second round.
Upton Stout, cornerback, Western Kentucky.
That's who they took?
Yep.
Yeah, it's right there on the screen in front of you.
Whoa. Hey, that is your new slot corner for the 49ers. This dude's tiny, right?
Yeah.
5'9", 181.
181. Yeah.
No, he's 5'8.5". He's not even 5'9".
Yeah, but can he tackle?
Yeah, he can tackle. He's very physical.
Okay.
And he put up the most bench reps of any corner at the combine this year.
So he's strong, too.
He's strong as crap. He's a feisty little
That's it.
He's got a chip on his shoulder type short guy.
That was the first line on the scouting report I'm looking at. Ultra feisty.
Yep.
Ultra twitchy. Ultra twitchy too.
Yeah,
they showed him a lot of interceptions. Good tackling.
Oh, he tackles. He definitely tackles.
Almost every highlight they're showing is an interception.
And you gotta like the pick. Yep. If he's a feisty guy that's gonna hit you.
That's a fit right there for San Fran.
Yeah, I had him mocked to the Rams a lot because the Rams kind of like those smaller feisty corners and they don't really care about how short they are.
Yeah.
Denver trading into this pick?
Maybe.
I'm showing Denver pick is in.
Yeah, Denver.
I could have swore this was Rams pick just a few minutes ago.
The Rams don't like picking, apparently.
Another small pick here, or another small trade.
Sure wish they would announce.
And the Broncos have traded back into the pick at 101 to take Savion Williams defensive end / edge out of LSU.
What'd they trade?
I don't know. Let's see.
Oh, no.
Broncos trade 111, 130, 191 to Eagles for 101 and 134. So they move back. They move up 10 spots. They move back 4 spots, and they give a 6th-round pick to the Eagles. Essentially, that's fairish. Savion is interesting. He's a big body guy. He's probably going to play 3-4 end for them. He looked good at the Senior Bowl. He kind of finally almost started to put it all together at the last year at LSU.
Vikings are on the
Vikings.
clock. Ready
Is
to
this
see
the
us.
last pick?
Yep. Last pick of the draft for tonight.
How can they fuck it up?
I don't know. They will though.
Take Shadur.
Mike Tyson's going to show up. They're going to miss the pick.
They tie him out on the last pick of the night.
Miss their pick on the last pick of the night.
That would be awesome. I would pay money to
How
see
do you
that.
do it not just 1 year, but 2 years? Like, that's bad. Come on.
Why, the Vikings did that last year?
Mike Tice, yeah.
Oh,
They
like
missed
back
their
in like
pick.
2008.
They just went past him.
Might have been 2006. I don't remember. It was a
First
while
round
ago.
pick, dude. First round pick.
Vikings made a pick.
They got it in.
Who they pick?
Somebody bad, probably.
Gotta be a defensive player, right?
All right, JC's laughing, so he knows already.
No, it's a good
I
pick.
don't know the pick. I'm just looking
pick.
at a thing. Apparently,
No, it's actually a good pick.
Is it Shadur?
No, it's a
No.
wide receiver. Ty Feldman.
Oh,
Ty
oh,
Feldman.
nice.
Yeah, we talked out of Maryland, right?
Yep.
So
Great
apparently,
athlete at 6'1", 180 pounds, 4.38 speed, 40-inch vertical.
And everybody knows the Vikings need another receiver.
it's messed up.
I mean,
Well, you see, they don't want to pay Jordan Addison, so
So apparently, I got a thing that here says someone prank called Shador Sanders while he was streaming, pretending to be part of a team just to tell him he'd have to wait a little bit longer to be drafted.
ow.
That's so fucked up.
That's mean. That's mean spirited.
that is wrong.
Oh,
So
Gosh,
terrible. It's not nice.
Gentlemen,
I Felton. I like this pick.
start your engines.
hey, before we do anything, Dennis,
yes.
tell the listeners where they can find your work, especially your way too early first round article.
It's over at scienceoffantasyfootball.com. And over there, the professor and I, Professor John Bush, we do a little podcast every week called Science of Fantasy Football. And John is really gifted at taking a look at data in unique ways. And he's also the ADP All-Star. So good guy to pay attention to during the drafting season. He'll keep you updated on the value. I'll keep you updated on the MVP index, which is, again, hey, I like to steal from the best. And Bob Lung, the godfather of consistency, got me thinking along the lines of consistency years ago. This will be my 16th year that I've been looking at weekly values and weekly values only. I don't care about how many points somebody scores in a season. I don't care about the points per game. I just care about what they do on a weekly basis against a historical mean. So head over to Science of Fantasy Football. You can always find me also making a ruckus on Twitter at DMike Media.
Oh, and by the way, DMike Media, for those that are spelling incapable, is DMIC Media.
That is correct. And that was a nickname. DMike was a nickname that was given to me years ago by a great auto racing writer. He couldn't pronounce Michelson, and he didn't want to be embarrassed. So he took the first letter of my first name and the first 3 letters of my last name. And I thought, that's not a bad nickname. I'll go by DMike. So, but enjoy that. But that's how that all came into being. Do some podcasting for a variety of clients, including do an agricultural-based podcast called Innovations in Your Field. And then I also call some ultimate Frisbee, pro football with a Frisbee football. I call games for the Chicago Union. So you can find me over on ufa.tv for that on the weekends. And I'll also be streaming some live auto racing from Autobahn Country Club Racetrack in Joliet, Illinois this summer as well. So I try to keep busy.
And you're going to be at the expo too, hopefully.
Yep, I'll be at the expo. The professor will be at the expo. We'll be holding court at the Denny's just down the road from the Hall of Fame.
Hey, Craig, you got anything coming out on the website?
On the TSA website?
Yeah, or anywhere.
Well, so normally throughout the week, I put stuff out on YouTube, Coach Craig Sports over there, typically Monday through Friday, MLB DFS core picks, UFL DFS picks, typically on Wednesday lately. I'll do probably draft grades after this is all said and done with. At some point next week, in between everything else, I am on Fantasy Alarm as well, typically doing the MLB DFS playbook over there. It's usually on Saturdays is when I do it. So I get to do that after I'm done with this tonight. So,
hey, tell Coop I said hi. Mm-hmm. JC, our great host, I know you're busy tomorrow, buddy. Tell everybody what you're doing tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be hopping on to finish. I know Craig's going to be helping me out, so it'll be we'll get a lot of the in-depth details about some of these players and why they fit the schemes. And I mean, I think this is Coach's favorite day, day 3. So you're going to get a lot of fun information. So come hang out with us tomorrow. I'm sure more people will swing by and say hello. But yeah, I think what does tomorrow start at noon? Is it noon?
Good question. Should probably look into that. Might be 11 our time, noon Eastern.
It's probably 11 our time. Let's see. Combine. Let's see. NFL draft day 3. Start time says that is day.
Anyway, they'll be on all day tomorrow.
All day long.
Yeah. 11 noon Eastern time tomorrow, so 11
noon Eastern time. So we'll be here 11 Central time, noon Eastern time, which will be fun.
And
right and squirrely.
I think Sports Affiliation has a Discord, right?
No, we haven't used the Discord, and we haven't used that Discord in forever. So I mean, right now we're just.
You still looking for writers?
What was that?
You still looking for writers?
Yeah, always looking for writers. Always looking for anybody that wants to. If anybody out there is looking for work and wants to just get involved and find their way into the industry, that's what we're all about. We're all about giving a platform and a place for people to write, learn how to do podcasting. We pay for all that stuff, so we have the opportunity and the platforms to help people out, and we all have the knowledge. Combine knowledge together to help you grow in this platform. So that's what the Sports Affiliation is all about.
I want to thank you for having me on,
Greg.
This is not going to be well, I'm going to start up a podcast. It's going to be Kellogg's Comments again. I'm going to just go back to an old standard for me. But I'm not sure when. I think probably during the preseason. Because right now we got family visiting. My daughter's here. She leaves tomorrow. My other daughter comes in Saturday. We're moving into a house. I've got boxes in front of me that I showed these guys earlier that they're full of pictures. And by pictures, I mean wall art, actually original artwork that we haven't decided what wall to put it up on yet. We just moved into a house in the Austin, Texas area in February, late February. So we're still getting settled in. But I will be doing a Kellogg's Comment, and I'll probably be doing it solo because that way I can keep it to 3 minutes.
Yeah,
You
great
guys,
night, fun time. Thanks, Dennis. Thanks, Greg, Coach. And great. Appreciate everyone coming to hang out with us. If you are going to the expo, well, I do have the promo code down there. Make sure you get your tickets before the end of April because they will be going up $10. I think they go up to $10 or $10 more. So right now you can use our promo code TSA FAM10. It gets you $10 off. If you're getting the ultimate package tickets, which is like the high end tickets, you use TSA FAM25, and that'll get you $25 off that package. So, yeah,
and that's where you get the
Expo's a
ultimate
blast, so.
package. The ultimate package gives you personal time with a lot of the experts in the industry.
Yeah, high-end experts. Yep. Mm-hmm. And an opportunity to potentially get into either drafting with or buy this or watching one of your favorite analysts draft in the Kings Classic. I know that too. So it's a good time. But we're gonna get out of here. Like I said, thanks everybody. We'll be back tomorrow. I think we got 6 hours tomorrow. So woo, marathon. All right. Later, everyone.
Good night, everybody.